you doing? Yeah, last one. You too?
Hey, I'm cool, man.
Yeah, you too, you too. 4 days a week.
Yeah, why you trying to get in there?
I'm already in there. I'm 5 days a week though. I look like that though. I look familiar.
Yeah, a little bit.
Where you know me from?
My homegirl was telling me something about you.
Your homegirl? Where your homegirl? Shay. The Shay? Frost? I don't know Shay.
1 second, let me ring. Can you ring that up real fast?
Oh my gosh.
Tell me what.
Bro, who is that?
You know the guy you were telling me about? You know the guy.
I'm not the guy.
Gas station guy.
Oh my goodness.
Gas station guy, yes. Shay, are you cool with this man?
Bro, who the fuck is Shay? Who's that? Shay? Who this?
Who is this? You know me, Larry. I'll be to you in 5 minutes.
Who wants to see me in 5 minutes?
She's about to come up here.
Who is Shay?
You know who Shay is.
I don't know who Shay is.
Hey,
What? You never see that? She just literally just said, I knew you because you snapped on me the other day.
I mean, it's your guy.
How you doing? What's this?
You said he's hot. It's kind of fucking annoying.
What I do?
It's okay.
Shay, you gotta chill.
You have a good day at work, so.
I know funny shit though, you be scaring me. I ain't gonna lie. Yes, y'all both scare me actually. Y'all sisters? I feel like I'm being impressed. Like, I gotta.
I'm honestly, I don't think she's happy with you. I'm really not happy with you.
Shay, I don't know you though. Like, what the fuck?
Bye. Better have your job anyway.
Am I getting like trolled, bro? How you doing?
Desi Johnson started out burning tracks in Australia, crushing sprints with 100 meters personal best in 12.16 seconds and flying through long jump. But in 2023, she flipped the script and jumped into one of the world's coldest, fastest sports, bobsledding. At just 22, she joined Australia's national team, trained on ice tracks in Europe and North America, and made her world champion.
Drugs and your body have a toxic relationship. Find a healthier way to unwind at cdc.gov/freemind. Feed the whole crew with 2 medium, 2 topping pizzas for just $6.99 each from Domino's.
She better not know how to fry no chicken either.
Can you tap that white girl for me?
What would make you stop at that bus stop and with me, Johnny?
What's your sexuality?
That's a good one right there. You should have led with that one. Oh, it's a beautiful. And don't forget to like it before you light it. Yep, this is the type of white girl Dr. Who warned you brothers about.
Only hand me my boots because I'm about to go skating.
But y'all dudes gonna go crazy over this one. I already know. Man, she better not know how to fry no chicken either.
Can you do me a favor, my brown skin angel? Can you tap that white girl for me?
You boys gonna be lost in the sauce. I know you know.
You're right. She don't know what you. Oh, that's wifey right there.
Don't let them $30 jeans cost you $300,000 over the course of 18 years. I'm telling you, don't fall for it, partner.
Kai got mad because I told Kai what you. I show speed in the shower. What? Yeah, bro. I'm like, bro. I'm like, I want to take a shower with you too. They like, no.
Hold on. What's your sexuality?
That's a good one right there. You should have led with that one.
Just ask me about Amber.
I'm asking.
I have shout out to the gay agency. I've shouted out to the gay agency. Actually, the gay agency's here, Dumping D, The Rod. They're the CEO.
You play both ways.
Come on, bro. I ain't never played both ways.
Okay. I think that's important to mention, because
really.
when you say you want to shower with another man,
think about it like this.
Ain't no other way to really think about it.
People's sexuality. Why? What does that matter?
Wait, hold on. He kind of remind me of when R. Kelly said, define teenager.
Why? But why ask the question?
Because it's just like the question that I asked in regards to you saying that you're not a brother.
No, not you.
Okay.
I'm talking about in general. Like, why ask the question of what actual hole are people in? That's what we're asking. Because somebody could be an ear. What is they're not gay and they're not straight. They like ear holes. Who are they? A new name of hole.
What the fuck are you talking about?
It's irrelevant.
Nah, man, he was trying to make this a philosophical talking point, but we ain't going for it. It ain't got nothing to do with the question. You just said you want to take a shower with a grown-ass man, some much younger grown men, but young grown men nonetheless. That's not common for a man to ask another man, does he mind if you take a shower with him? That's not normal, bro.
Come on, Johnny. Out of all the you could with Johnny, what the would make you stop at me, man? Huh? What would make you stop at that bus stop if with me, Johnny? I know what it was. Exactly what it was. It ain't no secret. You hate all of this shit, Johnny. I figured by now this shit with a wall front. Johnny, what the would make you get up and just say, you gonna slap me? Out of all them on planet Earth, Johnny, you gonna slap me? Had to be this shit right here, Johnny. Because it ain't 1917 no more, Johnny. This is 2025. Fight back, Johnny. The make you think you just gonna slap a nigga? What you just gonna do? You just gonna walk off about your business, Johnny, and just ain't nothing gonna happen, Johnny. No, we gonna have to put on a bet nap, Johnny, to over and under for how many days you gonna lay in the hospital. And I'm thinking 13 and a half days. I'm taking a over, Johnny. Now let me tell you something, Johnny. I need you to check in the AA, Alcohol Anonymous, and I need you to check the out of AAB, African American Business, Johnny. This shit ain't have nothing to do with you. Sit your dumb ass down somewhere. You hear me? Now Cam said what he said about jailing. I told Cam he did something you couldn't do with a Super Bowl, and then Cam big.
brother, I'm coming back from Wisconsin, headed to Indiana, and then over to Illinois. Yeah, I'm just getting up. Oh man, that's what's up, man. Homeboy Coney Island got the arcade. You got the arcade spot now. That's dope. Young boy didn't get to do his part yet. Is he still gonna get to do it? I have so many questions. Well, yo, that's good you're feeling better, man. You're out here running, yo. That's what's up. I need to get to the gym. I'm just now starting to loosen up from the last workout. So it's time to get back in there and break it all down again. Sticking to this diet. Working. Tightening up. Bro, I had to go from trying to be fancy with my diet, finding different things to eat. Now I'm plateaued again, so I know what I gotta do. I just gotta buckle down and eat the same thing every day. That's the only way this is gonna get. That's the only way I'm gonna get this last little bit off. Keep on. Keep at the gym. And I gotta find a new bicycle for the bicycle ride coming up. I done gave the other one to Christian. But it's all good. You can find me a nice figure here like you got one. Freaking big ripper, you know. Big ripper flyer. So they don't want to do some wheelies. I'm about to get my whole big kid on, yo. My midlife crisis is gonna be at the skating rink, the trampoline park, and riding bicycles. That's crazy. That shit I like to do it anyway, forever. But yo, holla at me. I'll be around. I don't know if I'm gonna be back. I'll be back in Easton on the 12th. Yeah, like 6 days from now. Next Wednesday, Tuesday, something like that. I'll be there next week. And I'll holla at you there, my boy. Alright, we catch up in between, but you know what it is. Wow.
Go for them. Even get you
the African Americans, them like that. He saw Gilly little bitty ass and was like, oh, I can take Gilly. Yeah, I already knew. Hey, but man, Cam was nice, bro. I don't know. You're not gonna slander Cam like he wasn't nice.
Right. You discovered Figueroa Street?
Yes. Well, I've already known about it, but I never indulged. You know what I mean? Until, the past 10 years, it's been like.
In a world where you've constantly been told what you can't do, who will you choose to be when presented with something different? Ask your healthcare provider what could be.
Does your garage floor bother you? Tired of your old, cracked, and stained floor, or have a bad epoxy job? At Cobra & Cross, we use a next-gen.
Indulged. You know what I mean? Until, the past 10 years, it's been like, it's my kryptonite.
Chat, what's y'all street in y'all city? In my city, we got a couple of them, man. We had a 2-lane, Chef Mentor Highway, and Airline. Real talk, 304s walking galore.
How often do you go down there?
I go down there at least 3-4 times a week.
Goddamn,
Young girls, they're beautiful. It's like they should be on front cover of a magazine or something,
Yeah, there's some beautiful girls there.
Man. Yes, and they love me. They
love your money.
3-4 times a week, I know they love me. They love me. Just don't mess me over. I will become a regular, you know what I mean?
No,
but I'm just so hooked on to where I can't just have just one. I like all different shapes, sizes, and colors.
Fuel? Are drugs part of the story?
Yes. I smoke a little crack, but.
No, this man smoked crack and still got money left over to go buy 304s on Figueroa. Bro, most crackheads be down to their last $7. $7 is a crackhead's favorite number.
Right now. Yeah, just don't stop it right there. That is enough. That is enough information. First of all, what kind of prices is these to where you can afford to smoke crack and hit him from the back. Then on top of that, OG said he be out there 3 to 4 times a week.
He a functioning crackhead.
His ass must got a membership on Figueroa. Either that or they got a cleaner sale going on or something. I don't got a membership. You can afford to do both. Hell, I thought if you smoke crack, you couldn't afford to do that now. I thought if you smoke crack, that's the only thing that fits in your budget. Then must be smoking crack with him. They definitely got some type of deal going on out there. They must got a bringer pipe, lace pipe, free deal or something. Oh, yeah, you know what? I ain't even mad. Matter of fact, hell, I'm gonna go down there and pick the room. I got sit your country ass down, man.
Look, I don't know about y'all, but some just don't sit right with me pulling over and talking to a streetwalker and then allow her to get in my car. Police watching everybody. Ain't no telling who gonna see you. Boy, I saw Will letting some little 304 in the car shelf the other day. Nah, I can't have it on my record. You know what I'm saying? But you know who don't give a fuck? I'm talking about they don't care at all, bro. Mexican men, Latino men, I swear, they pull right over. Hop. I mean, how much? And she hop right in. They don't care. The police around or nothing. They don't care, bro.
I had a lot of fun though, like being a caretaker. And I was my first time as a caretaker. But I got let go from my job just like this.
Oh, cool.
All of a sudden, it was the next day. And I had promised your age that I would do a cleaning stream, but I didn't want to clean that wiggly giggly mess. So then I hired cleaners, okay? I heard from the grapevine though. Like I asked what were the cheapest cleaners in the FL, the Florida. And I hired them and all of a sudden
hired some cleaners and they robbed that boy blind. Took all this shit.
but your age asked me if I had brought, like if I knew where the furniture was, and I had no.
They took the furniture. No, they gotta get some crazy ass shit explaining to somebody that you hired a cleaning crew and they took all that people's furniture. Boy, I'ma think you did it on purpose. I'ma think it was a setup. You went on it. You trying to come up. That's what I would personally think. It's gonna have a hard time explaining your way out of that one.
I don't see no flowers. I don't see.
You don't see no flowers?
No gifts. I don't see nothing.
I just put it. Application.
Oh yeah. I mean, you're trying to key in. Yeah. I didn't get flowers. Definitely not get. Damn. Oh yeah. No. Oh yeah.
No, what are you even doing for? I don't know him personally. I don't know. He could be a horrible person to hug behind the scenes. I don't know. But that happened to me one time, dog. I reached in for a kiss from a girl I was dealing with, dog. I told myself I'd never allow another woman to do that to me again. I'm taking my ball and going home. Boy, that's that feeling like, damn. After everything I do for you, you crazy.
Oh yeah, he's trolling y'all. Oh yeah. What the? Smart. What?
It's National Girlfriend's Day.
What? When did you get this? Oh yeah, you're trolling. This is a setup. This is a setup.
It's National Girlfriend's Day.
Are you dead ass right now? This is a setup? Wait, when did you order this?
Oh yeah, pre-planned. I know, but I wanted to. You like it or what?
Yeah, I do. I've never had this before. This is hella heavy. This is big as.
That's what she said. She threw that nigga a bone. He happy as hell, man. Here you go, lame man. That's what she think of mine. Bruh, I don't know what it is, dog. You know, I don't know these people, but I wonder if he just got with her after he blew up, or you know, whatever the case is. I don't know this nigga, but he could be like a big streamer or some shit, right? And like a lot of times when people get new girlfriends, dog, they go after a girl, you know, like a certain type of look they have to have to let them know that they have arrived. You know, women, bro, they be there for one reason, and they don't mind letting the whole world see it too.
Kindness, I'm gonna say it. If you're over there quoting like a picture of me, and you know who you are, with your bum ass Twitter account, okay? There's a few of y'all, and you say things like, "Oh, these women are pushing 28, by the way."
Oh.
Do you prefer kids? Do you prefer kids? And based on, you know what I mean, the way you act, I would say that you do, because that's how the tweets that you do. So
She calling somebody immature, but she resorted to the calling name game. Are you into kids? The allegations, and that's very mature. Making allegation, that's a very strong allegation you're making. You call yourself mature.
If that's the type of time you're on, then you prefer kids. That's fine.
Maybe you would one or two other women. I'm not attracted to no women over 35 years old.
You're not?
No.
Well, honey, I know you are attracted to me, honey.
But y'all standards are too high. Y'all are too emotional. Y'all are damaged good from last relationship. You don't even realize you're damaged. You see, because
damn, Trick Daddy said you damaged right to her face like a gangster, bro. Trick Daddy the type of dude, he don't give what he say at all. I ain't lying, I didn't say anything, bro. But, you know, Trick Daddy up there in age, man, 35, ain't his cup of tea no more. You want something 34 and under. That's his business. Straight up, that's his business.
At Advent, we help sleep apnea sufferers avoid the sleep apnea issue. We know when we get the nose and throat working properly, most snoring and sleep apnea problems will subside. Our unique Advent approach using simple, ultra-effective in-office solutions can do just that. And that's why people...
Sexual harassment is a real thing, especially in the workplace. You may tell a lady she has nice shoes, you may tell a lady she smells nice. You may even shake a woman's hand or touch her on the shoulder, but in today's time, that could be sexual harassment.
Touching at work? We're not doing that. There's no reason if I say good morning, you come to hug me. There's no reason that you make a joke and you put your hand on my shoulder while you're making the joke. What we're gonna do, we're gonna keep how we feel expressed wise with words and not with physical touch.
And although you may not think that you're trying to do so, this can get you fired. And this is why a lot of men are avoiding women at the workplace in general. And speaking of workplace scandals, today we're talking about Brooklyn detective Jasmine Walls, an attractive lady who went viral in Brooklyn for making some really big allegations against her partner, Detective Carlos Zambrano. This lady has been on the force for a few years. She was paired with Mr. Zambrano, but recently she's been fired from the force. And why has she been fired from the force? Well, she made a complaint against Mr. Carlos Zambrano. She said that Mr. Zambrano groped her, sent her a text saying that he was to clap, and then flashed explicit photos. Now she reported to her boss that this behavior was happening, and instead of them looking into the situation, she was stripped of her gun, shield, and ID. Now, Jasmine Walls is trying to fight this battle, suing the police department. She said this: "I never thought I would be a victim like this. I expect that from someone on the streets, not somebody in blue." Harassment began in November 2022. She said that Zambrano was supposed to be her mentor, but it turned into something else. It started with lewd comments, then groping, then of course the sexual explicit messages. But then guess what? In threats, Zambrano told her that if she told on him, she would be labeled a rat and no one would trust her. In one instance, she said that Zambrano allegedly grabbed her by her bun and yanked her head toward his you-know-what to stimulate oral clapping. At a precinct holiday party, she said Zambrano allegedly rubbed his you-know-what against her leg in public. She also said several sources knew about Zambrano's behavior.
Honda CR-V is one of the most popular SUVs in America, and it's also a Car and Driver 10 Best for the third year in a row. To see the CR-V for yourself, see your Greater Milwaukee Honda dealer today.
To intervene, according to the lawsuit, alleging all of these things on Zambrano. Walls said that she was ostracized. Not only was she labeled problematic, she was denied overtime and iced out by coworkers. She asked to even transfer to different departments, but was denied and was eventually stripped of her gun, shield, and ID. Jasmine Walls is not working right now. Zambrano, who's a married man, remains on the job. Damn! There's a few different outcomes from this. Number one, she's telling the truth, right? She's telling the truth. Zambrano is completely guilty of everything that happened, and they are trying to hide it. That's option number one. Or then there's option number two. The situation is consensual. Zambrano and her are engaged in both of it. She's a scorned lover and now is trying to take revenge. Let me give you an example of how this could happen in the workplace.
So I was working as an HRBP, and one day this female employee comes into my office, very visibly upset. You can tell she'd been crying for a while. And she said that her male coworker was sexually harassing her. And I said, wow, okay, tell me about that. So she pulls out her phone and she said, my male coworker just recently sent me this very sexual video. It was kind of like a cartoon, but like not really. Very gross, very offensive, very explicit. And yep, it was on her phone and it was from the male coworker. Seems pretty obvious what the outcome should be, right? Okay, so I contacted the manager of these employees and I went to go speak to this male coworker with that employee's manager. And I asked him, did you send, a female coworker a very explicit sexual video that had turtles in it? And he was like, yeah, of course I did.
But wait, there's more.
And I'm just like, wow, I can't believe you do that at work. Wow, that's so gross. I didn't say that, but that's what I was thinking. And he said, yeah, I sent that to her, but only because she sent me this video. And on his phone was a video that she had sent him that was equally as gross, offensive, explicit, sexual. And of course, we could verify the phone number, and yeah, the female employee had sent a video first, and then he sent one in response.
So this lady who works in HR talks about a story where a woman comes and complains about a man sending her something sexually explicit. And the guy says, yeah, well, of course I sent her that. And she can't believe it. But the reality is the woman started the sexual explicit content first. So the man just responded to it and she's not telling that side of the story. So she's trying to paint out her coworker as being in the wrong, but really she's the one that instigated the whole situation. So could it be that Jasmine Walls instigated this whole relationship and that Zambrano is just responding to it? Or number three, Zambrano is a mentor who just doesn't want to help Jasmine Walls because for whatever reason she's black or she's a lady. Now, could this actually happen in the workplace?
I want to say that I feel empathy. I understand. You're concerned that you're walking on eggshells. You feel vulnerable in the workplace. You're concerned that your words or your behavior might be misinterpreted as being something other than who you are.
We don't know what the new rules of the road are.
Welcome to the world of being a woman or a person of color or a member of the LGBT community or a person with disabilities in the workplace. That is part of the experience, having to take a risk in showing up.
Now, if you guys know, the Me Too movement started in New York City, all right? And so what tended to happen after the Me Too movement was that many men decided to kind of stay away from women and not mentoring them for fear of being hit with these sorts of accusations and lawsuits. But then there's more.
You're concerned that you may be labeled as a creep because you compliment me on my beautiful dress. You know what? Sometimes I'm labeled as the B word because I smile too much. I think that we need to take this new experience that men are feeling in the workplace and actually channel it into something really positive, which is why don't you work on creating a more inclusive culture and taking all of your frustration, directing it at the men who are making you look really bad, the bad apples, and not punish women in the workplace. Because quite frankly, your whole enterprise is going to crumble if you don't figure out how to leverage and harness the ingenuity and creativity and talent of the women.
Boy, y'all sit your stupid ass down. You think you it?
So in this situation, she's telling the men that are in power, like, listen, you need to make the workplace less toxic, more enjoyable for women, because your organizations are going to fail. Well, in this case, clearly, seems like they don't want her there for whatever reason. She could be telling the truth. She could not be telling the truth. It could be one of those Latino versus black things. We're not sure. But if she has these photos, if she has these text messages, if all of these things are filed in court, then basically she must have some level of evidence. And that's a situation in which I think that she might win. So I don't really understand what's going on. I really see these messages and see what he did as far as proof. But what I can tell you is that men really need to understand that dealing with women is a dangerous thing in your workplace. Even if they are the ones that are initiating the contact. Alright? You gotta understand that. In the court of public opinion, if they go and say they were being sexually harassed, right? And you received a message from her first, but you don't go and report it. Well, it could be that since she reported it and you didn't, then you're also at fault, alright?
Other hand, be between 25 and 27. Your ass is a retirement plan. And every damn body, all the, act like it ain't, you ain't got a teammate or another NBA player that ain't been with this chick. You know that. Hell, that's how you met her at the party. I don't know, but if you can date a younger person that's of legal age, you can't do what you. I'm saying is, you could have done better. Said, hey, that damn child ain't no damn 180. That's a little screen bean. That's you something thin for a week. That's what I'm saying. That child born it. Oh, I ain't trying to shame nobody. I'm just saying, stick to your word. You said you like thick. But you want to die? Ladies and gentlemen, anybody want to tell me just guess who fit to be an Eagles fan is going on here? Look at this brother here. This man has been a die-hard Vikings fan his whole life. His daddy was a Viking fan. His mama was a Viking fan. Both his grandparents on both sides, Vikings fan. Great-grandparents, Vikings fan. His great-great-grandparents on both sides was actually Vikings. It's in his blood to be a Vikings fan. You understand what I'm saying? Here, no, I'm pungent. I'm on the river. Side note, go check out my special. Anybody want to tell me live on Tubi? And
This 2-second edema flush could transform your legs, ankles, and feet. Even top doctors are baffled. Turns out,
it made me feel inspired and really good. And he was always real nice to me, sitting there, what's going on with you, baby boy? What? Talk about comedy, whatever.
And we do have some breaking news to report, and it's extremely sad. Malcolm Jamal Warner, the actor most famous for his role as Bill Cosby's son, Theodore Huxtable, on the NBC hit sitcom The Cosby Show in the 80s, early 90s, has died.
The details about Malcolm Jamal's death are getting messier by the day, and it just got a whole lot worse after Dave Chappelle came out of his long hiatus to reveal that Malcolm didn't just die of drowning, he was taken out after refusing to sell his soul. If y'all remember, Dave was in a similar situation back in the day, and the only reason why he made it out alive was because he ran to a whole different continent without telling his own family his whereabouts. At the time, people laughed in his face and called him all types of crazy, only for it to end up being true. Unfortunately for Malcolm, he thought just saying no would be enough, but if there's one thing Dave and Cat Williams have taught us, is that you cannot say no to selling yourself without them attempting to take you out. Malcolm lost his life about a week ago while swimming in Costa Rica, and according to reports, a current pulled him deeper into the ocean. Him along with another man were rescued by bystanders, but Malcolm didn't make it. They performed CPR on him and even had the Costa Rican Red Cross come in to treat him, but after 45 minutes, he was declared dead at the scene. TMZ dropped an exclusive footage of Malcolm of when he initially arrived in Costa Rica, and from the looks of it, he really looked like he was looking forward to having a good time and eventually going back home with his family, but some higher-ups he turned down had other plans for him. In fact, folks didn't believe that whole accidental stuff at all, and they even started speculating that some foul play was involved.
Bro. What? The actor Malcolm Jamal Warner has died. First of all, rest in peace to him. He seemed like a very stand-up guy, positive role model. But I looked into this whole thing, and it gets weird. First, let's start with the age he died at, which is 54. 5 plus 4 is 9. You guys know about my 9 videos, and 9 is the number of completion. But also, the show goes up to 54 as well. Then let's go to the date he actually died on, which is July 20th, which is the 201st day of the year. Yeah, can anybody tell me why The Cosby Show ran for a total of 8 seasons, equaling 201 episodes? How? In which is the same number as this event, Event 201, which was a simulation of COVID in October of 2019, right before they actually had COVID. Something tells me that we have to watch for this number in future events. Now, speaking of 9 and 201, Ozzy Osbourne has just died as well. He just performed his last concert just a couple weeks ago called Back to the Beginning, which is an odd title like they almost knew. But here's the thing. The attendance of that venue is 45,000. 4 plus 5 is 9. Now, you could call that coincidence, but here's the thing. His full name in Gematria is also 201. What are the chances, right? Make sure you guys get into my Break the Matrix community because I have a whole decode section just for stuff like this.
The main reason why folks believe to this day that someone had a hand in his death is because just days prior to him going on that vacation to Costa Rica, he was actually trending online for exposing some dark secrets in the industry, specifically about some higher-up offering him millions of dollars to be in movies and projects that went against everything he believed in. Basically, they wanted him to sell his soul in exchange for millions, but according to Malcolm, he wasn't rocking with it and turned it down.
I think I was very fortunate coming out the gate with Cosby, which put me in a position where, and because I've always had a good team around me, I've always been in a position where I've had the luxury of being meticulous about the kind of roles that I choose. My mom was really instrumental in getting me to understand the concept of longevity, the concept of being versatile within this business, because she would always say, if you look at anyone in this business who's had longevity, there are times when they've been hot and times when they've not been hot. You have to decide what you're going to do during those times when you're not hot, so you're not making desperate acting choices. I've been fortunate enough to, I've always had the financial wherewithal to be meticulous about the kind of work that I do. So I have a body of work that I will never have to be embarrassed by. Now, there may be some work I might be embarrassed because I might have been whacked, but there's nothing in my body of work that I'll ever have to be embarrassed in that I misrepresented my people, or I have continued to perpetuate stereotypes of our people. I've been very fortunate to be able to pick and choose. I've never had to take a role that I felt would compromise my soul.
What's even crazier is that Malcolm wasn't the only celebrity who had recently come out to reveal that they had been offered a deal to sell their soul, so this made people even more suspicious about the whole thing. In fact, Chloe Bailey also recently came out to talk about how she was also given a deal to sell her soul in exchange for a huge career. She revealed this on Live after someone asked her if she had seen Sinners and Baby. She said a lot.
Did you see Sinners? Yes, I saw Sinners. It was phenomenal. I absolutely freaking loved it. Can I be honest? After Sinners, I cried. Do you want to know why I cried? Yes or no? Or you're just like, Chloe, you cried because you're a crybaby. Just tell me. Okay, so I think anyone who...
Granger knows that if you're a lineman in charge of keeping the lights on, you go to great lengths, and sometimes heights, to ensure the power is always flowing. Which is why you can count on Granger for professional grade products and next day delivery. So you have everything you need to get the job done. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
It just reminds you so much of the industry, right? And it's like, you could have a gift like he did with his guitar, and like they said, when he's singing, he's honoring his ancestors and uplifting and all of that, but then it also attracts the not good. So it's like, in order for him to be successful, the vampires were telling him he has to sell out so that he could be so he could live forever and his music could live forever. And it's exactly like things that I see and go through every day. And that's why I just like broke down crying, because it was showing like the people who decided not to go to the other side, they were in there fighting for their lives, they were in there going through it, while the ones who did.
Alright, I'm going to show you the rest of the video. Let me give you some backstory as quickly as I can. In Clyde, North Carolina, a young black man is delivering mulch to a landfill dump spot. Okay? He gets there 45 minutes early and parks by the gate. The employee comes and says, normally everybody parks up the road and waits, doesn't come this far down. He said, I'm sorry, the spot. Okay? He gets there 45 minutes early and parks by the gate. The employee comes.
Whatever it may be, I just let it go. Not interesting and swipe up. But that right there just got me tight. A little teary-eyed too, because we really are out here by ourselves as truckers in general. Like as a black trucker, female or male, it's sad that you have to encounter shit.
By now, many of you have seen or heard of the video of Wright Brothers Construction Company Incorporated circulating, where they absolutely terrorized a TikToker by the name of Bossed Up. He had went to deliver a load of mulch, and allegedly one of them claimed that their phone got stole because he arrived early. And not only did they terrorize him, close the truck door on his little dog, they flipped over his entire trailer and big truck. Well, Wright Brothers has issued a statement, and it reads as follows. Wright Brothers Construction Company Incorporated is aware of a video circulating on social media involving a confrontation at one of our project sites. The footage is upsetting and does not reflect the standard of professionalism and respect we expect on any job site where our name is represented. We want to be clear, the language and behavior displayed in the video are unacceptable. While not all individuals involved have been confirmed as Wright Brothers employees, we are actively investigating to determine the fact and the roles of those present. Preliminary accounts indicate that some of our employees attempted to de-escalate the situation when a member of the public arrived in an active construction zone, filming and refusing repeated requests to leave or lower their phone for safety reasons. Wright Brothers Construction goes on to say, regardless of the circumstances, threats, hateful language, and any form of discrimination have no place on our projects or within our company. We are taking immediate steps to identify those involved, assess any violations of our code of conduct, and apply disciplinary action where appropriate. Wright Brothers Construction is committed to fostering a work environment and public presence built on respect, accountability, and integrity.
Introducing the new 2-in-1 DD plus testosterone treatment through camps. This daily dual action pill includes prescription strips to $1.50.
So the way I looked at it, I owned the work because I paid for it. And I did all the work. I created it, so I felt like it should belong to me. That said, the companies felt otherwise.
I wrote it, you know what I'm saying? I paid it for the beat. I paid you for loaning me the money, you know what I'm saying? I paid you back your money, now we split because you loaned me the money, but you own my... I don't owe you no thing. Why is you holding on to my... And that's standard.
A select few of us will do well, the majority will not.
We're gonna give you a $25,000 sign-up bonus, advance, and 2 cents on every game we sell. $50 game, you're giving me 2 cents? Let me think about it.
DMX walked into a club in Toronto, thinking it was just another night to unwind, until he saw Prince. What happened next? DMX described it to what it felt like getting schooled by your grandfather.
And sat down to school me, I felt like a little kid.
In a good way.
I felt like
he's the OG.
Like my grandfather smacked. I mean, what the f*** is wrong with you?
Now, if you know DMX, you'll know this was a man who, in his own words, could have ensured there wouldn't be a Ja Rule if he truly wanted. What could Prince have possibly said to this tough guy that blew him? Let's find out.
We had a club. And Prince comes in, big security guard. We on this side, he's like...
He pointed at you and said, yeah, you can say that, actually.
Yeah.
Chapter 1. DMX, from Yonkers to global fame. Born Earl Simmons on December 18, 1970 in Mount Vernon, New York, and raised in Yonkers, DMX's childhood was marked by hardship and instability. Raised by a single mother, Arnett Simmons, in a rough neighborhood, Earl's early years were defined by a lack of love, his mother's consistent physical and verbal abuse, and street life. He battled poverty, abuse, and neglect, and by the age of 7, was already in and out of group homes. Even then, he had a unique presence. He bonded more with stray dogs than people, drawn to their loyalty and range. That connection would eventually shape his stage name and persona, DMX, short for Dark Man X. Not only his name, but DMX was first arrested in 1986 for stealing a dog and spent 2 years in juvenile detention. By his teens, DMX was beatboxing, rapping, and crafting a reputation in local freestyle circles. His energy was unmatched, often rapping with his hands cuffed behind his back at juvenile centers or battling MCs in Yonkers parks after dark. He wasn't just rapping, he was exercising pain. The early life of X influenced his hardcore rap, but it wasn't only his music that was affected. DMX was knee-deep in street life, and crime interwoven into his DNA. Here's an instance given by Jermaine. While Jermaine Dupri was working on his album Life in 1942, he scheduled a recording session with DMX at a studio in New York. Wanting to turn the moment into a promotional opportunity, Dupri invited a journalist believed to be from The Source to sit in on the session and document the behind-the-scenes creative process. The writer arrived at the studio before anyone else. Not long after, DMX showed up, flanked by his 2 dogs, as was typical for him during that time. What happened next was unexpected. Before Dupree had made it to the session, the reporter had already shaken up. According to Dupree, DMX confronted the journalist, questioning who he was and what he had on him. Without ever pulling a weapon, DMX used his intimidating presence and more specifically, his dogs, to force the man to give up everything he had. The dogs were enough. No violence, no guns, just DMX, his growl, and his animals stand guard as he told the reporter to run everything. And the man did.
What was it like being around DMX? DMX was dangerous, man. Like, not dangerous, but he's like, when you around him, he's like, you don't know what's gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? Very unpredictable. Right.
Now that you're fully briefed on who DMX was at the time, let's talk about Prince. Chapter 2. Prince.
He was born Prince Rogers Nelson. By the age of 7, he was playing the piano. Just one of the many instruments he's mastered over the years. He's written songs for the
knew Prince for his music. His mystique and his mesmerizing style, his dressing, made him seem too surreal. But few truly grasped just how strategic, disciplined, and unyieldingly tough he was. Prince wasn't just a musical genius, he was a one-man industry. An artist, a mentor, a visionary, and a relentless advocate for control.
What amazed me, perhaps more than anything else, is how often I would come in and I'd see the mic in front of the chair in a sitting position. And you realize he had done a lot of that stuff sitting from there.
By the time Prince passed, he had dropped 39 albums in 40 years. That's nearly one every year. And get this, he reportedly wrote anywhere from 500 to 1,000 songs, with tons still locked away in his vault. Prince didn't just make music, he lived in the studio. Sometimes he'd knock out a whole album in a week, or lay down a full song, vocals, instruments, mixing all in one day. It wasn't just about working fast, it was about the energy he brought. Studio engineers said he'd go for 40 hours straight, chasing the raw emotion of a track. He'd often keep the first or second take not because it was perfect, but because it was real.
Oh, the stuff you'd hear coming from the door. See, Prince he would have the one track, so if he made a mistake, he'd roll back. But so often it would be one pass, and then you'd hear him doing the backing harmony.
Now, Prince signed with Warner Brothers when he was just a teenager, and by 1978, he dropped his debut album, For You. He didn't just sing on it, he wrote, produced, arranged, played every instrument, sang every note, and even engineered it himself. Warner tried to sign him an executive producer, but Prince wasn't having it. He wanted full control, and he got it. That fierce independence, it became his trademark. His big breakout came in 1984 with Purple Rain, both the film and the album, and it launched him into global superstardom. Tracks like When Doves Cry, Let's Go Crazy, and the iconic Purple Rain showed the world what made Prince so different. A mix of punk, rock, pop, and soul that didn't follow anyone's rules but his own. And his style?
For over 40 years, wherever great sound is in demand, Sweetwater has provided the gear and the know-how to help music makers sound their best, from your local stage to sold-out stadiums.
They got married in Tennessee, where there is no time limit for a spouse to become eligible.
Look at guys up here. Before I go talk about me, I'm supposed to talk about. Talk about my girl. Go talk about your girl. Go find a girl. Go find a.
Welcome back to Fame Drop. So Travis Hunter just got hit with the worst kind of betrayal, and it came straight from home. Word on the street is that his wife, Leanna Linney, was caught creeping with one of his own teammates from the Jaguars. Yeah, you heard that right. Travis allegedly caught them red-handed, and he is spiraling. Now it's all making sense why his people, family, mentors, everybody, were giving major side-eye to this marriage from the jump. And get this, insiders are saying Leanna is already taking steps to file for divorce. Not even 2 months into the marriage, and it's already going down in flames. And guess what? Travis didn't lock in a prenup. That's got folks online side-eyeing the whole situation, wondering if someone was being played from day one. Like, was Travis really that blind to who Leanna truly was? Or was she just running a game to secure the bag from the start? This man was out here riding hard for Leanna, always shutting down the hate she got online. He stayed defending her like she's untouchable. And now, all those trolls and critics might have been telling the truth the whole time. The bomb even dropped. According to sources, Travis woke up to Instagram DMs full of receipts, photos of Leanna in bed with another dude.
Dang.
And it didn't take long for him to confront her. That's when everything blew up. What started as a calm conversation exploded into shouting, crying, and wild accusations. This was supposed to be their honeymoon phase, but instead, Travis ended up packing his stuff and bouncing to a hotel just to clear his head. Even though he didn't want to make a public scene, Travis couldn't hold it in completely. He reposted this cryptic IG story that said, "Life really ain't all it's cracked up to be." That one line said everything. No live rants, no long captions, just straight pain in one sentence. He deleted it pretty quick, but by then, it was already making waves. The internet caught on fast. Travis Hunter and Leanna? Yeah, looks like that fairy tale is already falling apart. Now here's where things get real wild.
So sad. Too bad.
Feed the whole crew with 2 medium 2-topping pizzas for just $6.99 each from Domino's.
The big thing for me is reliability. Somebody that stays behind their word. You know, when they tell you they're going to do something, they're going to do it.
This week, a man is suspected of torching NYPD vehicles. Plus, an attack in a courthouse leaves several officers injured. And
it feels like you've been robbed because you have.
The latest scam using artificial intelligence. Right now, Fox 5's Crime City. For our first story this week, we begin in Midtown Manhattan. That's when 2 people were stabbed on a crowded New York City subway train as it was pulling into Grand Central Terminal. Fox 5 obtaining cell phone video of the attack unfolding. That suspect has since been arrested.
A search is on for a suspect after 2 people are stabbed. This was during rush hour at Grand Central Terminal this morning. Fox 5 obtained an exclusive video of this attack. Let's get right to Fox 5's Arthur Sheehan live at the scene. And Arthur, this all happened on the subway mezzanine at Grand Central.
Actually, the video shows it happened actually inside the subway car itself right now. You pointed out, police are still looking for the individual who stabbed 2 subway riders this morning on a crowded 456 Lexington line train. This was, as you also pointed out, in the middle of rush hour. Now, there are, in this case, hasn't been caught on information as otherwise that he is still being sought. In the meantime, you are looking at cell phone video obtained by Fox 5, which was filmed inside the car as this was happening, and it shows at least 2 men were involved in the incident. One of them, who was standing on the floor, was stabbing a second man who appears to leap on the bench seats of the train as that assailant appears to jab him multiple times around the midsection of his body. Now, all the while, strap hangers in the video are seen pushing towards the ends of the car, trying to get out of the way of this violence. And once the subway car doors open, they flood out onto the platform of Grand Central Station. Now, this was the
Y'all, I don't even know how to explain what is going on right now. Donald Trump wandered on to the roof of the White House. Just wandered on, shouting at reporters, making strange gestures. One gesture that seems a little, can we say, Nazi-ish? And this is the clearest example that there's something going on with Donald Trump. There's something not right with his mind. And whatever was there before is either gone or fading fast. And this is the same man. This hasn't been talked about now because we're talking about Epstein and everything else. This is the same man who is now sending nuclear submarines to Russia. The person who's wandering onto the White House is doing this.
Put out a statement, and the answer is they are in the region. Yeah, what they have to say.
Pretty much a quick call message to the Russians. Is there anything they can do to avoid sanctions at this point?
You gotta get a deal where people stop getting killed. They had a number that just came out that a tremendous number of Russian soldiers are being killed. And likewise, Ukraine, a lower number, but still thousands and thousands of people. And now we're adding towns where they're being hit by missiles. So it's a lot of people be killed in that ridiculous war. And you know, we stopped a lot of countries from war. India and Pakistan, we stopped a lot of countries. And we're going to get that one stopped. Somehow we're going to get that one stopped. That's a really horrible war. You heard about it?
So the way Donald Trump is going to stop a war is by sending nuclear submarines to the Russian region. Does that make you feel safe? Does it make me feel safe? Sending nukes over to a other country that has nukes? Well, I guess it makes sense that this is happening because Donald Trump has lost his mind. Has he ever had his mind? Whatever may be the case, he's lost his mind.
is one of the most popular SUVs in America. And it's also a Car and Driver 10 Best for the 3rd year in a row. To see the CRV for yourself, see your Greater Milwaukee Honda dealer today.
At Advent, we help sleep apnea sufferers avoid the sleep apnea issue. We know when we get the nose and throat working properly, most snoring and sleep apnea problems will subside. Our unique Advent approach using simple, ultra-effective in-office solutions can do just that. And that's why people have traveled by planes, trains, and automobiles from corners of the world you would never think of to find the sleep apnea and snoring relief you won't find elsewhere.
Don't get me wrong to think that I can't get a king. Y'all kings is on the tropic. Y'all ugly. On me, let's keep it on. I like street niggas.
It's your fault. I feel sorry for the kids, bro. That's all I feel sorry for the kids, because they ain't asked to be brought up in this degenerate ass household.
Come on, touch me. What?
Oh, now I see why they said I like girls. Man, y'all. Oh, it's a beautiful day to do these reactions. Listen, like it before you light it, little brother. Moving forward, I think what I'm gonna start doing is going live and doing these reactions in real time and then chopping them up and putting them on the channel. I did that on Pook It Will the other day and it turned out good. Let me know if y'all want to do that, bro. Alright, so this lady went viral because somebody said you ain't never gonna attract a king talking like that, and she went on a tangent about how she don't like kings. She like hood, street dudes that carry guns, sell dope, all that kind of stuff. And man, the turn of events after that is crazy. You can't make this up. Let's get into it.
Facts, but you can't sound and talk like this and get no king, just street niggas. I like street niggas. Don't get me wrong to think that I can't get a king. Y'all kings is on the tropic. Y'all niggas ugly. On me, let's keep it on. All y'all niggas that want to treat me right, I don't like y'all niggas. I'm not one to settle. I'm not settling. But you gonna look good when you beside me. I don't give a
Yeah, this is probably like the most ignorant type of black woman you can come across, bro. Like, you gotta avoid her like the plague, bro.
I don't care. Sorry. I could find good niggas, but those good niggas be up. The niggas that's gonna treat you the way you want to be treated, they love you. You don't like them. I'm not settling. What you talking about? You gonna be a trick. You're not gonna be my man. I don't give a fuck. So if that's gonna leave me unhappy, I'm gonna be unhappy. I'm gonna be happy as the money that I made.
Watch it.
I'm done.
So in the next clip I'm about to show you is how all this came full circle. The type of hood that she liked, the street dudes and stuff. About to show you what happened when you date them type of dudes.
I'm done. They trying to my kids, bro. Like, I'm done. Look at my kids' window. Again. That's the first bullet hole. Here's the second one. Here's the third. Here's the fourth.
You're an idiot.
Bullet fragments in my wall.
And the crazy part is a dude will see all this and be like, man, I'ma still mess with her. Like, it's crazy. It's like she already got 7 kids. And you saying to yourself, I'm gonna be the 8th baby daddy. Just as crazy.
Like, bruh. Gotta be kidding me. Like, gotta be. No one said they gotta be here before. Look. That's a bullet. It's a piece of it. This is also my window.
The item that she's showing us right now probably costs more than several months worth of rent. You know they don't be paying them but $27 to live in a project, bro.
This is my window.
In the pillow, dog. Come on, man. This is ridiculous right here, bro. What you want, sympathy from us? Like, we don't feel sorry for you. We feel sorry for them damn kids, man. They ain't got no choice.
I mean, only the really
damn shame.
What's going on, YouTube family? Today we're going to watch a whole bunch of videos of women getting triggered for almost the littlest reasons. It will blow you away. I don't even want to hold you up.
any longer. Let's just jump right into it.
Without the hair and makeup, you're a 5, ma'am. Without the hair and makeup, you're a 5,
You're a
ma'am.
5. Boy, that's cold.
Cold-blooded.
That is cold, Corey.
And in the morning, you're a 4.
Bro, yo, give me the link, Corey. Where's the link? Where's the link? Who did this? He did this. This is hilarious, bro. I promise you, they're gonna be wanting to get mad over this shirt. They probably don't even want to wash clothes anymore if that was gonna do it. It'll make it make sense. What? You're in trouble, bro.
I'm gonna bust on you. When Karen come in here, you better close your mouth. You better close your mouth.
Karen came in there holding all type of weights in the back. All right, she looked like she do squats on a daily basis. Let's just put it like that. Karen, she might got desk booty, bro. Y'all know what desk booty is, bro. Y'all know what that is. Y'all sit at that. Women sit at the desk all day. They just snack up and just do their thing and then just get that eye shape in the back. And then eventually it's nice round. You get the hips, but eventually you get a little slope. You get what I'm saying? A little slope. That got that desk. Look, I'm just saying, don't be mad at me, fellas. If your girl work at the desk and she got desk booty, it's a real thing.
You should have seen him when she walked back in the room, y'all. Look, he tried his best. He knew I was looking at him right. He didn't want to look over here my way at all. Karen, we're gonna have to switch Karen out. We need somebody else. Karen's just too fast. Karen gotta go. She is a distraction. You already in here for high blood pressure. Oh, she brought it down? Oh, she brought it down? Oh, she brought it down? Oh, so I made it high. She brought it down. Karen gotta go. Karen gotta go.
Man, look, that's the reason why he gonna be sick for a long time. But homie ain't going nowhere no time soon, bro. He not getting well. All right, you the reason why. I felt like Karen knew what was going on. Karen marched out of that thing knowing that she was about to get, the stank eye when she was rolling out, and she probably gets it all the time. Come on, Karen, you know what time it is. You know what time it is. All right, got to get this man in an extended stay. He about to catch a personal injury. You get what I'm saying? Nurse, call the nurse.
Is he your boyfriend? How? Hey, no. Hey. Chill out, bro. It's a joke, bro. It's a joke. It's a joke. Chill out.
Man, she's really chasing him down.
It's a joke. It ain't funny, yeah.
She's really chasing this man down.
It's a joke. I actually see the shit.
Yo, this is crazy, dude. Like, I don't understand why are you so triggered, man? You have a boyfriend. You should be good. You should be trying to rub it in his face that you do have one. You trying to chase this man down for what? At this point, I think you capping. I think you're lying, bro. You probably don't even have a boyfriend. And I think that's the reason why you're so triggered. You're lying.
I have a whole kit. And what? 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 Okay then.
Man, why are you putting hands on this dude? Why are you putting your hands on this dude? This man is obviously, he don't want you. All right, you got kids. That's not up his alley. That's not what he's looking for. You can't feel this much rage. Why are you so mad at this dude? You're the one who got bust open and had a kid. Either planned or not planned. Accept that. That man don't want you. Don't put your hands on him. See, like, look, guys, if this man would have felt any sort of way and retaliated, he would have been looked at as a villain. All right? I'm gonna be honest. He would have looked at, and y'all probably thinking, some people are probably, man, he's soft, man. He could have ate that little slap and that push. Just that's not even a fact, man. Just don't put your hands on people, man. You get what I'm saying? You can wind up poking somebody really softly, man, and it'll be enough for them to go and just go crazy. Y'all just seen a girl go crazy over a whole question. Just imagine what people do if you just put hands on them. Yeah, don't make it, damn.
What would be a good clip?
You wiped it down, bro. Women don't like that, man.
It's smooth as that thing too. So not why on the girl.
Straight up.
Are you wiping the straw?
Oh, I just had something on it, that's all.
Oh, really?
Yo, look, man, y'all know something. When you're married, they don't even want you to be thinking that. Wiping your kiss off. Y'all ever did that when you was young? Your grandma give you a kiss on the cheek, you go wipe it off because it's wet and sloppy. You like, shit, oh, you just gonna rub my stuff off, huh? It's probably a little bit different when you're married, bro, because you're already swapping body fluids in a lot of ways, and y'all know what I'm talking about. All right, trigger. Y'all don't do that, man, but this is actually pretty funny, though. Yeah.
What we're able to do is get you from the situation you're in to new upper and lower teeth that aren't coming out in as few as 2 appointments.
Yeah, man, but this is actually pretty funny, though. Yeah.
Hold on, before you go, let's talk about your performance. Yes. You performed so well last night. Like, it was top tier. Like, it was different. It's like, yeah, like that. I feel like that was your best performance. Like, I'm proud of you.
Damn, bro. Look, hey, dog, I'm gonna be honest with you right there, man. That's where you get caught up, fellas. Y'all ever have a real woman like that you really vibing with hit you with the little hit you with the little on the chin? Boy, you gonna be feeling some type of way, I'll tell you that much, bro.
Here you go. It should pay out. Okay. Cause I keep just like I'm like reminiscing like how it like was, so I'm like, hold on.
Wait, oh yeah, give him some more then. Give him some more.
Here for that little one thing you did, you know.
There we go. Hey!
Shorty, you did your biggest one. Like
I'm telling you though, as soon as you hit the little chin move, boy, shit, chin move, you look, man, you might as well just put it down. I see how some of you guys be getting them to get money down on your cars, bro. I see how, man. You want the new video game, easy peasy. You just go in there and put it down, you know what I'm saying? But let's get back, bro. You might have to tell you. Girl hit you with the little chin move, you be like, damn.
We go on a walk around and can't talk and shit. Saying, we chill. We sit on a park bench.
Okay.
We get to talking about our past relationships and past experience.
I'm like,
Our dad. Right.
Talk to her. She's like, my life. I'll say, hey, you know, you're my first son. You know,
You took my virginity.
I asked her, like, hey, secret. And, you know, niggas, I like to do a little bit of post-trade. She said, yeah, it's cool. You know, so I'm like, I'll take it. You know what I'm saying? I'll take it. And I asked her, like,
how many bodies you got?
Oh, damn. Hey, about to go well. The look.
Keep in mind, she's 19.
Oh, the look.
Right? She's 19. So I'm 20, she's 19. Alright. She looks me in my face and says,
hold on, man, dog. You was holding it down. You was holding on to the card, the V card for 20 whole years. Brother, I commend you. I don't know. That's self-control right there, boy.
That's a good fun answer.
That's one of them. Yeah, I fucked up. Right. I fucked up. Right. I probably should have even entertained this fuck.
What the does that mean?
What type of number are you about to hit me with to where you have to tell me that this doesn't define your character as a woman? That means you thought of this number and know damn well that you shouldn't have it at this current age in your life.
Yeah.
if she led with the, this doesn't define me, nah, dog. And I'm guessing she was being honest. I wouldn't even tell. I would take that number and multiply it by 2. She's for the streets, man. She for the streets, and it hits a little different because, man, you just hold on. You was being strong. You had the self-discipline, bro. And this just to know you can give it away to the street walk. Oh, no. I feel your pain, bro. I feel your pain, but I don't know what else to say. I don't know what else to say. It was crazy. As the clip goes on, he goes and says, after she says this, his view of her changed. Yeah, I would assume it was. Homie started looking at her gums different, her feet, toes. She looked weird all of a sudden. I would assume she would. She's not the same person that she thought you was. You thought she was. He's not.
Now, I respect what you men have been trying to do, but these bitches do not appreciate it. So stop saving me. Now, at this point, we've all heard about the guy who walked in on his girl getting a train ran on her. I definitely found the guy's page, and I definitely went down the motherfucking. And let me tell you, the lack of accountability is out of this world in this comment section. I'm blaming this man for his woman.
What? I ain't never heard this story, dog. I've never heard this story, but if you walk in and see your girl getting trained, and you in your mind you're justifying, like you're making an escape route for her, brother, what is wrong with you, bro? Like, I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but I'm saying that you created this escape route knowing that she was really in there for the pleasure of the, never mind, let's get into it.
Consenting to having intercourse with 2 men. 2, not 1, 2. And her mouth was too full.
Facts.
To tell them to chill out, but he's wrong because he allowed her to get SA. That was me. That SC. Swiss cheese. Along with filling her holes. Swiss cheese while your mouth was still full. You women have no remorse. You women don't know when to lie. My man told me that before, and I never understood what he meant, because when men are asking you for the truth, sometimes y'all do not know when to not say certain shit. And asked her how many times this happened before and hasn't happened before. She said, and thought about it. And then said, no, this is the only time it happened. I mean, it almost happened before. Like,
Women, bro. Women, boy. Y'all swear, y'all sometimes y'all ride for each other so hard, man. The girl was getting filled, and she enjoyed it, okay? No, don't flip the script. Don't do that.
Bitch, you gotta say that. You literally got women talking about she can't consent legally because she had been drinking. The audio message said that she literally said, I didn't even drink that much. I consented. I know what position I put myself in. I mean, I'm sorry. I know I hurt your feelings.
The back. Side.
Look, at the end of the day, because YouTube reasons we can't keep going with this video, but y'all know what time it is. Y'all know what time it is. Y'all know where this ends up. This ends up with the girl saying, I knew the course of my actions. I was sober enough to consent. I was sober enough to run through it. Y'all trying to build this case and make these dudes look like the bad guy. We hear this story all the time. All the time. Y'all out having a good time. Young adults, it is what it is. College, not college. After the bar, after a wild night of partying, whatever it is. And you're going to blame these dudes, 2 dudes for going with a move after the move that she said she was willing to accept. But yet, ladies, y'all fail to hold any accountability. Now, I know a lot of y'all would say, hey, that's her own downfall, for her breakup. Old man walked in there and called him. Hey, that was her decision. Take the L. But why can't y'all say that? At least men can be like, yo, take the L, bro. Take the L, brother. But why are women, even when the accountability...
Take the L, because she took the D.
So, even though the accountability doesn't fall directly on you individually, it falls on someone else. Even on the internet. You can't even make those, like, you get what I'm saying? Build a case for them to take accountability. Your accountability is, it's not her fault. It's not her fault. She couldn't speak because she was in the middle of action. Come on, bro. And maybe I'm a little bit tricked
when your mouth's full, that's what they tell you, right?
Not being tricked about it. It sucks. Wow, bro. I really just don't get it. How can y'all sit there and defend this girl? Stop it.
I'm throwing a party.
So, this is gonna be my biggest book ever.
No, not like that. Get it. How can y'all sit there and defend this girl? Stop it.
They got married in Tennessee, where there's no time limit. Eligible for alimony, as long as there's financial need. Come to find out, it was her idea to get married in Tennessee because of this luxury venue. Apparently it's a popular luxury venue in Athens, Tennessee. That the venue was real top tier. Was that the real reason? Do you really think that that was the real reason? Considering now what you know about the state of Tennessee.
Of all the
I thought it was strange them getting married in Tennessee, and nobody has any ties to them. She's not from there, her people's not from there. Travis Hunt ain't from there, never played football from there, and his peoples ain't from there. This chick know what she's doing. And the more I find out about this, the dumber.
Hey, look, bro. We look, as much as I'm trying to just think Travis Hunter is a talented, athletically gifted person. I just feel, I wouldn't say feel bad, but I feel like, who does he not have someone like Deion Sanders that smacks some sense into him? Just, hey, bro, who gave up on this dude after he got his contract? Who gave up on this dude after he finished playing college football, man, and let him make these personal decisions? But hey, look, you've grown enough to make your own decisions, Travis, man. Damn, TH, man. Like I hope you success in football, man. But I really hope that you got everything airtight behind the scenes. I'm hoping there's some stuff that we don't know that you know that you be all right, man. Because I'm worried about you, man. We worried about you. But we can't save you, man. You might not be able to be saved at this point, dude. We just gotta hope that you saved yourself. But yeah.
4,000 of Metro Atlantans are finding out they are no longer eligible for food stamps. The change affects Cobb, Gwinnett, and Hall counties. Channel 2 Sophia Troy is live in Cobb County. And Sophia, this involves able-bodied adults who are now required to go to work.
So hard. Nobody wants food stamps. Nobody wants to deal with this. People who think that getting food stamps is some kind of wonderful experience, it's not. I don't want to have to get these. I don't want to have to deal with this stuff. It's not easy and it's not fun. I just wish I had the money to pay for food on my own. I wish I did. I wish that my ex would pay their back support. I wish they would pay any support. I wish that people would visit my shop and buy things for me. I wish a million things were different. I wish I didn't lose both of my parents and I wasn't so depressed that I can't even think straight most days. I'm doing my best. I had to come on here and beg people for $20 and have everyone tell me what a piece of shit I am for asking for money. I'm just so sick of it, you know?
There's a delivery driver in Roy and Riverdale getting a lot of attention tonight.
A pregnant woman landed on the right doorstep today doing her last delivery, and it wasn't just the food that got blessed.
Hi.
Oh my gosh, congratulations.
Oh, thank you. In about 3 months.
Oh my gosh, I want to ask you something. How many deliveries have you done today?
I've done 6.
6? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 6 is going to take that.
After revealing she had picked up a second job to provide for the little one on the way, she got more than just a tip.
This will actually help a lot.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, the fact that you're out here working pregnant is absolutely insane. So, how short are you from getting a new car?
The millionaire not only helped her with the down payment for a new car, but also showed her something that would help her for good.
So, let me tell you something else. Okay, so you say you're about short 1,000?
Yeah.
Are you paying a lot of car insurance right now? It's probably a big car, right?
Yeah, like about 250.
I'm gonna help you out with that. So if you have a second, just take out your phone and we can take that too. I'm gonna help you with that, okay? What kind of car do you drive right now, by the way?
I drive a Honda Accord.
Okay, yeah, so she'll work on that. So go ahead and put that in.
Okay.
Alright, so what they're doing is they're actually returning everything that you overpaid on your car insurance for the last 4 years. Looks like they just removed almost $2,000.
The video pulled on heartstrings across the world, and the website she used.
Have everyone tell me what a piece of shit I am for asking for money. I'm just so sick of it.
Guys, these are the meltdowns people are having because allegedly Trump is supposed to be in an EBT and has put a pause on some of these government funding aids, okay, supplemental aids, and now this is where we're here. We're having complete meltdowns all over the internet, all over TikTok. People like this, man, you look like you're older and capable and mature. You know, you got a nose ring. I can tell you right there, like you just, you know, you're in touch with yourself. I think you're capable of going out there and probably finding something that fits you. If you can sell and make a store on TikTok to sell items, you can find a work from home job. Now, if your business is not acting right, here's the thing: you can't say you're a business owner and then go out there and not have a successful business. Starting up a business is tough, I get it, and have this supplemental aid and lean on it as a crutch. And I think this is where we're at. But let's just look ahead at some more and watch some more clips. This is crazy.
I just got a letter from DHS. They have cut off my food stamps.
Ladies and gentlemen, America is back. We are now holding people accountable for their actions. The EBT community is in shambles. That's what it means.
Cash assistance, disability for me, all 6 of my kids.
Who were the men? Who were the 6 disciples who sat down and said, you know what? Procreation is the one. Who are those men? Wow. Does that say 3.3 thousand? She get 3,000 a month?
In my section of what do they expect me to do?
Get a job. J-O-B. A job. Work. Take care of your own damn kids.
I have been getting welfare since I was 19 years old.
Damn, government, baby.
EBT lifer.
Thank you for your service. Your services are no longer needed over here. You're cut off.
Here's the thing, man. I don't understand how there's no cutoff. You know, in China, and I'm not trying to compare it to China, but like, they got a high population over there, bro. Like, they get cut off if you have too many kids. Like, you gotta pay a fine or something like that. I don't know the specifics, but they get chastised for having too many kids. Over here, it's like they get awarded for having a bunch of kids. They get awarded for not working. At what point where you just start having all these random kids where the government has stepped in and say, hey, look, like you're just purposely having a lot of kids right now. Like having 8 kids at a normal basis, at a normal rate, 1 year after one another, like, man, there's going to be a cutoff at the 5th kid. Obviously, you're just taking full advantage of what's going on. Like, how do you not? What's the cutoff on that, man?
So Trump is supposedly changing the requirements to qualify for EBT, Section 8, and welfare. So if you are on these things or trying to get on these things, Trump is requiring you to work at least 30 hours a week to maintain or qualify for these assistances. This is one of those changes that he's making that I don't think I'm upset with, because a lot of people use these assistances as crutches because they know that they can rely on this and don't have to do anything or do the bare minimum. So he's kind of pulling that crutch away from them and taking that dependency away from them. So I don't think I'm mad with this one, but if you're one of those that I'm talking about that know that they get this and they're lazy as hell and they vote for him, don't you dare complain. This is who you voted for. This is who you voted for.
This is not even going down to the vote. This is about a person being lazy. You get what I'm saying? Like, the fully capable adult body that can get up there and work and pay taxes, just like the majority of us can do it. Go ahead and do it. You know, we know there's special cases where people actually can use this, and it's not just supplemental for them, but they actually use this in their time of need and emergencies. We get that. Totally get that. lazy bum. 30 hours a week? Bruh, that's what? That's totally doable. There's so many jobs out there. I bet you Indeed is gonna crash with all those application flows they about to get.
Oh, nothing. Just enjoying my bowl of cereal and water. Because Trump done made an executive order to cut off WIC, food stamps, cash assistance, Section 8, housing, financial aid for the colleges. This man is power tripping.
How many days has it been? 8 days. 8 days, y'all. And I'm tired, honey. I'm tired. I was gonna get on here and just go on a rant, but I was just like, you know what? I'm not even gonna say anything. Now they're attacking the food stamps, the government assistance, and all that good stuff. We on day 8, y'all. We on day 8. What's next? It seems like every time I literally roll over, I don't even get the crust out of my eyes. I barely be awake, honey. And I literally tap the first app. The first app. It might be IG, it might be OBL. And the first thing I see is something else about what Trump is fucking up. Something else he changing. Something else he pausing. Something else he doing away with. And you know what I don't see? What I barely see these days? His supporters rallying and windmilling in the comments. Where y'all at? I ain't heard a peep from you motherfuckers. Hello? So now y'all see it's affecting y'all. Y'all is crickets. It's Nathan. And I find it mighty fucking funny.
Bro, we know that man has some issues. We know Trump was gonna come in and make some changes. It's nonetheless, look, I don't know the reasoning behind it, but like people are just blaming it. You're gonna have to blame somebody. Shift the blame on Trump, I get it. But for the lazy people that are doing this, you can't blame yourself. Why not blame yourself? No self-accountability whatsoever.
Alright, meet Billy. He decided to go with Nuvia for his dental implants.
You can't blame yourself. Why not blame yourself? No self-accountability whatsoever. Meanwhile, real people over here, like real guys that are struggling, they want. They man, they can't get the 2-for-1 special. Tell me that never crossed your mind. Somebody was sitting there offering you $500 in food stamps, and all they wanted was $200 in real cash, and you sitting there, and that ain't never crossed your mind to pick them up on your offer, man. You must be living a good life.
They literally cut my food stamp card off. Zero balance. They took everything. I was just at Myers to get some groceries. I had a cart full of groceries for $600 worth of crap. I went to go slide my car. It's gone. It is all gone. They aren't paying my bill this month. I don't get my disability or my kids' disability in the first. My cash benefits is gone. I had over $10,000 in food stamps.
$10,000 in food stamps? God damn. Man, these grocery stores, man, who is giving you $10,000? You gotta be capital. This gotta be a lie. This gotta be a troll. I can honestly say, you know who should be really worried?
Nobody wants me because I got my own place. I got my own car. I have a good paying job. But it's only you old ass that has something to say in my section.
She has some very straight teeth, beautiful white teeth, nice clear skin. I'm not sure if she got it. That's a filter. Not sure, but she's a fairly attractive young woman, in my opinion. I'll say that.
I feel like I look pretty decent. I look pretty good.
So she does have a face tattoo on the side. I don't know if you guys can see that. And she also has a tattoo at the nape of her neck.
Hide myself on people thinking that I'm younger than my age. People constantly say me and my 19-year-old look, you know, like we could be sisters. I know that's a stretch because I don't look that young.
Oh, you got the FaceTime, baby.
I'm definitely younger than my age. So I think that I'm a fairly attractive woman. I do not understand why, if I go on multiple sites like TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, what have you, that the caliber of men that try to talk to me does not match who I be wanting to talk to.
Remember I told you guys the levels thing.
How women FaceTime, baby.
They feel like they're on this type of level. And they have to come all the way
down around to the business meeting with a face tattoo, baby.
Receiving. Sometimes women don't like the options that they
Not if you care
and I
about
think
your
that's what she's talking
reputation. Don't you understand? Yeah.
In a world where you've constantly been told what you can't do, who will you choose to be when presented with something different? Ask your healthcare provider what could be.
Wide load coming through.
Now, results. That's what really matters when you need help after a serious truck accident. You'll need a lawyer experienced in fight.
Options that they receive. And I think that's what she's talking about.
I don't know if it's because people don't, you know, certain dudes may be intimidated by me or may not find me attractive or may not think that I look as young as I do. I don't know what it is. But I be feeling some type of way because when I'm doing my DM with somebody that look like they need to be cast on Sanford and Son, that's messaging me talking about a date. And I'm like,
are you gonna make?
What is going on here? Or somebody that looks like they need to be on my 600-pound wife hitting me up.
Yeah.
I start to feel a type of way. No disrespect to nobody. God made everybody beautiful in their own, you know.
But you just disrespected a gang of men.
Beautiful way, you know. So I'm not calling anybody ugly because somebody looks good to somebody. But what I'm saying is, how come I don't get the attractive dudes? Like, what is going on? Like, is it the retrograde? Is it like what is happening?
Blame it on the stars.
They just be on here just talking. They not really looking for nothing or interested in trying to, you know, talk to an attractive woman. Like, what is it? Like, what is it about attractive women that men feel like they cannot approach them, talk to them, or whatever the situation be? But I tell you one thing, dudes that's not my type, oh, they got the confidence of a million people. You can't tell them nothing. Ugly where? Fat where? But I digress. Y'all let me know something, cause ooh, child.
She thinks very highly of herself. She said, what is it with attractive women? She's putting herself in that attractive category. So what we have here is a case of a woman not liking her level and not liking the options that she is receiving. And that's one thing that a lot of women miss. If she doesn't understand that if the only men that are talking to you are trying to get to know you are the guys that came from Sanford and Son or the dudes who may be a little bit out of shape or a little bit older, that is her level. But she has a level of her own. She can see the attractive men that she likes. They're right there, but for some odd reason, they're not contacting her. But she doesn't understand that then in the comment section, there was nothing but dudes who may be Sanford and Sons and also women saying, yeah, it's all the men's problem. The dudes who are attractive, they just scared to talk to you because they're intimidated. No, if you can see them and they're not vying for your attention, then that should tell you something. You have to date on your level. But again, women don't view the market as men. They think that they dictate the market. And this is a case of that. So she's taking out her frustrations on everybody else. Now, based off of what we just saw, and you know, me being a very vigilant person, I'm pretty sure you guys are as well, she has a couple of tattoos that we can see, and I'm going to reveal some other things about her as well. However, what we gathered from what she said,
glasses be illegal in the U.S.? Don't risk straining your eyes or wasting money on outdated prescription glasses.
President Trump has taken a hard line with Russia. He's been working to broker peace with Ukraine, but he is growing frustrated with President Vladimir Putin.
I'm not so interested in talking anymore. He talks, we have such nice conversations, such respectful and nice conversations, and then people die the following night with a missile going into a town. Russia could be so rich right now. Instead, they spend all their money on war. They spend everything on war and killing people. It doesn't make sense to me.
Former Russian President Dmitry Medvedev responded, each new ultimatum is a threat and a step toward war, not between Russia and Ukraine, but with his own country. Don't go down the Sleepy Joe road. That's what he wrote. Tammy Groot, State Department spokesperson now, is live with us from Washington, D.C. Good to see you. Look, talk to me about those words in judgment. I'm curious to get the reaction from the State Department.
Well, obviously, we know where President Trump stands. He's been very patient. He's made a commitment to diplomacy. We've seen that over and over again. And he's transparent when it comes to his thoughts in the moment, as we've seen. He's not happy, has not been happy with Putin for quite some time. He's made it clear what the problem is. And we've got a lot of tools in our tool chest. Certainly the president does. I think that what President Trump isn't bothered by is bluster or posts on a social media account. This is serious business. There's carnage. Innocent people are dying every day. And clearly, I think Russia understands that when President Trump says something, he's serious, and they need to take him seriously.
Look, Tammy, I have to ask about what's going on with our allies in Europe, though, because at last check, they were still buying Russian oil. And I don't know how you convince them not to do that. The president had a lot of success with that EU trade deal on his trip to Scotland. But that connective tissue complicates matters.
Well, all of the world knows what's going on. Europe certainly has not been happy with what Russia's been doing with Ukraine. We are an interconnected world, of course, with information as well. The president, I'm not going to get ahead of the decisions that he can make or the options he has. But the sanctions have never been removed from Russia. There's more options that the president has economically and otherwise. We've seen that. We've seen his options in general. So he's going to make sure people know where he stands. But we also know that what he decides to do about a country that is causing such death and destruction is up to him. And I think we're going to see some of those actions. He shortened the timeline that they had to respond. Originally, it was 50 days. He mentioned while in Scotland that it's probably going to be now 10 to 12 days because he said he pretty much knows what the situation is.
And with regard to oil, the president...
Time to restock? The Pick and Save app offers the same great prices and quality for pickup or delivery. It's your dad.
Progress doesn't start with reps. It starts with awareness. Before you chase harder moves, you need to master the language your body speaks. These are the 7 cues that unlock real strength, real control, and real results. Number 1 is going to be scapular depression. Scapular depression basically means you pull your shoulders down, away from your ears. We do this because it protects your shoulders in pulling, pushing, and overhead moves. In every pull-up, every dip, every hold, your first job is to control the shoulder blades. Pack your shoulders down and back. Imagine trying to tuck them into your back pockets. This isn't optional. It's non-negotiable. If you want longevity in this game, you need to learn scapular depression. Number 2 is the posterior pelvic tilt. Maintaining a pelvic tilt prevents lower back arching and helps to maintain core stability during any movement. In calisthenics, your hips are either protecting you or exposing your weakness. Posterior pelvic tilt pulls your hips under, neutralizes your spine, and locks in your core. Think about tucking your tailbone between your legs, like you're trying to hide it almost. You commonly see these in hollow body holds, as well as push-ups where your hips could be sagging versus having your hips tucked under. Number 3 is the hollow body position. Why does the hollow body matter? Core activation for everything. Push-ups, pull-ups, muscle-ups, handstands. A weak midline destroys everything you build. Hollow body hold is full body tension. Toes pointed, glutes squeezed, and legs locked. This is how you become one solid unit and not scattered parts. This same position appears in pull-ups, dips, and levers. Number 4 is having active hands and wrist. Why does this matter? Because it prevents wrist injuries and it creates better pushing or pulling mechanics. Your hands and wrists aren't passengers. They're the connection to your environment. So think about actively pressing into the floor or gripping the bar like you're trying to bend it almost. Passive wrist collapse and active wrist creates structure. Number 5 is going to be elbow tracking. This is how we protect our joints. Now, why does this matter? It's because it prevents unnecessary stress on the shoulders and the elbows. And this is seen commonly when we're doing push-ups and dips. Your elbows should move with your body and not flare out recklessly. Keep them around a 45-degree angle from your torso. Stable elbows mean stable joints and power without the pain. Look at this push-up for example. You see where I'm flaring? I'm putting a lot of stress on my shoulder joints when I should just be tucking them. And the same goes for these dips. See when my elbows are tucked versus when my elbows are flared? Number 6 is going to be scapular protraction. Now, why does scapular protraction matter? It's crucial for building straight arm strength, especially when it comes to your planches, pseudo push-ups, or even handstand push-ups. You're not just holding yourself up, you're actively pushing the ground away. Protraction involves reaching your shoulders forward, giving you that strength to stabilize under pressure. You can see it noticeably in this pseudo-planche lean that I'm performing. And you can also see how I enter scapular protraction with this handstand push-up at the bottom of the rep. And last but not least, number 7, having controlled breath. Obviously this matters because you're controlling your core bracing, your nervous system activation, and your movement endurance. Your breath isn't background noise, it's a tool. Exhale through the effort and brace your core through your breath. Controlling inside creates power outside. When it comes to these pull-ups, you should be doing an exhale when you pull to the top of the rep and inhaling as you're going through the eccentric. Likewise with push-ups, you should be exhaling as you're exploding to the top of the rep and inhaling as you're going through the eccentric lowering phase. I promise you guys, master all of these 7 cues and every rep becomes cleaner, every skill becomes more stable, and every progression becomes possible. Forget chasing reps. Start chasing awareness, because strength isn't built by moving more. Strength is built by moving better. Strict form only.
Reporting live from Roberts Club in Atlanta for Culinary News, I'm John. Every Spears seems to be proving everyone he was right all along after the reviews for Ice Cube's newest movie, War of the Worlds, has been released to a 0% rating on Rotten Tomatoes. Now, the movie appears to have taken over for Tyler Perry Films as the latest film to be boasted by social media users and viewers online.
What in the wacky world of ChatGPT? What is it? I'm Shavarius Silvertail. What is this? I had to get on Google to make sure this was not a comedy. Like, imagine being cybersecurity while the world is under attack and everybody is calling you, but you're doing what a traditional black parent would do and call your kids 50,000.
Here, let me show you. These locations are our global response headquarters, our most sensitive targets, and they're taking them out one by one. Based on their prioritized destruction of these critical intelligence command centers, my analysis suggests nuclear power facilities are next. Electric grids will follow, even as completely helpless. Here's the
Now, if you don't remember how Spears fits into the equation, this all started when Spears was a guest on Black TV, where he said he doesn't care for Ice Cube's music or acting. This opinion from Spears would cause the two to engage in debate over Ice Cube's impact within the industry. Spears would say it specifically hurts him when rappers are cast in comedy movies because they usually don't possess the comedic skills to make a funny script even better. This opinion would cause conversation online, so much to whereas Ice Cube himself was asked about Spears' comments during a radio show. After hearing what Spears had to say about him, Ice Cube would question Spears' label as a comedian, saying, "He's a comedian? He ain't never made me laugh." Then to add insult to injury, he would continue calling him a sucker. After Ice Cube's response, the conversation would get louder as most would categorize Spears' opinion as hate, which is something he would go on to address via his social media. Spears would continue by explaining he respects Ice Cube the man and what he's brought to the game. However, he's just not a fan of his acting. He would also ask why his dislikes are always highlighted compared to the things he actually does like. Now, this back and forth seems to continue as Spears has just reshared a TikTok on Tuesday, which contains a scene from Ice Cube's newest movie, War of the Worlds. The caption on the video would read, "Sounds like Ice Cube is reading directly from a script that he had never seen before."
Here, let me show you. These locations are our global response headquarters, our most sensitive targets, and they're taking them out one by one. Based on their prioritized destruction of these critical intelligence command centers, my analysis suggests
Spears would add his own caption on Instagram that said, "So I guess when I gave my opinion saying that Ice Cube has zero range and he's not a good actor, I was hating, right? And when some of y'all say, well, he was great in Boys in the Hood, Ice Cube is a street ninja from LA, playing a street ninja from LA. That's not a stretch." As stated before, Ice Cube's War of the Worlds is currently receiving some tough reviews from both critics and viewers at home. Some TikTokers couldn't even wait to finish the movie before they started trashing it.
What the hell did I just watch? What the hell did I just watch? See, I'm not gonna say don't watch this movie, but I'm not gonna say, I'm definitely not gonna say watch this movie. I got about 30 minutes left, 33 minutes. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I get Ice Cube, you tried to do something different with your roles that you like from your typical roles, but hell no. Hell no.
What are y'all thoughts about Ari Spears calling out Ice Cube for his acting, especially in his latest movie? Do you think Spears is valid or is he hating? And for those who did see Ice Cube's newest film, War of the Worlds, what were your thoughts on how the movie was made? Let's talk about them in the comments below. Plus, stay up to date for the latest news and comedy by subscribing here to our YouTube channel. And if you enjoy content like this, check out hypersclub.com to get a membership to watch full interviews and more original content. And if you have a story you think we should cover, send us a message now at hyperalerts.com. Reporting live from Hypers Club in Atlanta.
Oh my god, that shit was crazy. That movie was dookie. I fell asleep after sleeping all night watching that shit. Let's go. Fuel up time. Let's put some diesel in this to keep on rolling. Malaikum salam. Peace be unto you, my brother.
Oh, man. You always got to say something stupid. So now you got to go. SEB. Saying dumb shit will get you booted. We don't talk about negative shit over here. Especially not fucking with my money or my life. Because that's my children's well-being, my boy. Well, you ain't my boy. You ain't shit. Piece of shit-ass motherfucker. But I digress. I'm not gonna let you get me all worked up today. Just get rid of your stupid ass. You gotta go.
$22 a month for car insurance. Your insurance company doesn't want you to see this.
Folks, a black chef in Dallas, a scary scene. Here he is sitting in the airport, minding his own business. Next thing you know, he looks up and he's surrounded by cops. A woman in the airport accused him of saying that he had drugs. And then this happened.
If somebody take me, I didn't do nothing. My name is Michael Singleton. You have warrant. My name is, I got a traffic warrant. My name is Michael Singleton. I want you to please take this. They arrested me for wrong reasons.
No, why would y'all do that? He was standing still.
Oh my God, my name is Michael Singleton. My birthday is 12/21/71. I have back in Singleton. I have no warrant. I have a traffic warrant for $500. That's right. You're playing. No, you said you have cocaine. I'm not a drug dealer. But I'm a suit dog, man. You fucking trying to kill me. Hey, man. I just want to fight somebody. I want this whole thing where you got me on tape. No, I fucking trust you. You fucking dickhead, bro. Put my hands on my back. I'll come here fucking move. I have to fucking let you go. You telling me to do shit like I can't. Fuck you, I just got to forget it. Hey man, somebody please have this on tape.
Folks, we're joined right now by that man, Chef Michael Singleton, also Robert Slater, the founder of the Culture Commission Coalition. Glad to have both of you here. First of all, Chef Singleton, again, set us up. You're in the airport, you're traveling somewhere. Tell us exactly what happened.
Well, I was going back home because I traveled twice a month back to Oakland. When I say home, I live in Frisco, Texas. I go bring my mother her food because I cook for her because she needs no sugar, no salt. So that's why I was going this weekend because I didn't have an event. And I was just approached.
Can't even take your mama some food. Ain't this a bitch? It ain't nothing new to you. It should be ready for when it happens. Well then.
Am I recognized on the street? Yeah, but I'm still, okay. Me getting recognized is not like a hardcore famous person recognized. The way I get recognized is I will be on the train and someone will walk up and be like, you do stuff, right? Which is like a description of every living person on the planet, right? And so I'll be like, yeah. And then at this point, I still don't know if they know me or if I look like someone. So then I'm like, yeah. And then they're like, I think I saw you like somewhere. And I'm like, well, there are lots of places to be. So somewhere was definitely where I was at any given point of life. And then they're like, are you like on TikTok? Like they'll say TikTok, they'll say whatever platform. And when I say yes, they're like, I knew I saw your thing, right? So I'm not famous in the like, oh, Josh Johnson. But sometimes I do get like a John Jansen. Look at him. You know what I mean? So yeah, I get recognized sometimes, but I always also, okay, one of the most humbling experiences I had was it was after I became a correspondent, right? And I was doing a show out of town, and this dude walks up and he's like, hey man, hey, I saw you on TV just last week. I was like, oh, thanks, man. And he's like, yeah, I love what you do, and you clean up nice in that suit. And I'm like, oh, thanks, because you know I wear a suit for the show, I wear a hoodie everywhere else, and so he's like, you clean up nice. You killing it. I'm like, oh, thanks, man. And he's like, yeah, man, I just love what you do. I've been going through a hard time, and so like watching you has just been really nice. I'm like, oh, thank you, man. Like that. Anytime somebody tells me that, it fully centers everything that you're trying to do, because you're just trying to do jokes and make people laugh. But people don't just watch this show, they don't just watch stand-up at home, they watch in hospital rooms, they watch it when they're going through something, you know. And so he's like, yeah, I've been going through a rough time, been watching the videos and stuff, and it just always makes me laugh. I'm like, that's really nice, I'm glad. And he's like, yeah, man, you and Jost. Did not have the heart to tell this man I was not Michael Che. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, cool, you know what I mean? We do our best, all right.
In a world where you've constantly been told what you can't do, who will you choose to be when presented with something different? Ask your healthcare provider what could be.
The last few days have been unfavorable for Sha'Carri Richardson. She had an incident at the Seattle-Tacoma International Airport a few days ago, which resulted in her getting arrested. She attacked her boyfriend, Christian Coleman, who's also an Olympic athlete, and pushed him so hard, he fell down. And that's difficult because Sha'Carri is not the biggest lady. Aside of that incident, the black social media world has already started responding with its thoughts and theories.
Women don't just put their hands on men, so what did Christian Coleman do to Sha'Carri Richardson to cause her to put her hands on him? That's what I want to know. Stop this cat.
Now, the gentleman is saying, what did he do? Like, it must have been his fault, which is very interesting because the Seattle-Tacoma International Airport would have, I would assume, the best security cameras on planet Earth, just like any other international city. So they probably have cameras all over the city, including the airport. So besides the footage that the airport has, Christian Coleman must have did something to Sha'Carri Richardson that even cameras couldn't see. He's a smart guy, isn't he? Ha! Got him! Ha!
You know what I'm saying? Y'all talking about this situation. Y'all, hey, listen, man. Women don't be putting their hands on me. Women defend themselves from me. You feel me? Huh? That's what women do. Because it's usually a man to put hands on a woman.
Boy, you shut your stupid ass down. You think you into?
Now the guy is saying, well, we all know that women don't ever put their hands on men. Men put their hands on women. And of course, that seems to always be the narrative. And it's sad coming from a man like this guy, because we clearly know that women can put their hands on men. We also know that Sha'Carri Richardson put her hands on her ex-girlfriend, and it was an abusive relationship back and forth. So we already know that women put their hands on women. Women can also be aggressive and violent when they want to, or if they feel that they have to, or even if it's unjustified. Women can do that. But of course, this is the narrative. And unfortunately, it got worse.
I can't wait till they release the footage. I just know Sha'Carri was whooping ass. Oh my God, oh my God. I know a fighter when I see one. That acting beat. She don't got no fat on her chest meat. It's nothing there, and she run fast. She was tearing his ass up, and I know for a fact he wish he had a pilot's license. There was no other way for him to get away from her ass.
What? Now, this actually, it disturbed me a little bit. So you have a young lady with a wave cap on, looking like 50 Cent from G Unit in 2002. Hey. Basically saying that, oh, I want to see the video because I know she was whooping his behind. I mean, just talking very ignorantly, because if that was her brother or her son, or if a man was doing that to her, she would not find it funny at all. I mean, they never would find it funny at all. It's only when they're talking about it in third person, or if it's a woman beating on a man for any unjustified reason. But this one takes the cake.
He declined on pressing any type of charges against her. Beat me up and I'll bail you out later. Real love. He also stated to the police that he is not a victim. Now, men usually are not, but in this case, I don't know, sir. You were thrown against a wall. You might be a victim, and that's okay. Unless... What did you do to her?
So again, you have this lady basically saying, hey, you know, Christian Coleman refused to testify on her, but hey, well, Christian, what did you do? So basically, Christian, you deserve, like, for her to do whatever she did to you. You were in the wrong, okay? Basically, you did something to her that made her jump on you, even though she got arrested and the footage did not show any of that. But obviously, you did something that nobody could see. Crazy, right? But she did mention something, that Christian Coleman did speak to the media, and he had these revelations about Sha'Carri Richardson.
You know what I'm saying? I feel like it was just a sucky situation all around. Like, I don't feel as if like she should have been arrested. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, you know, people have discussions and emotions and stuff like that. And she have like things that she need to work on for herself, of course. So do I, so do you, like everybody. And I'm the type of guy, like, I'm in the business of just like extending grace and mercy and love. And I feel as if like I don't try to look at obstacles either. Like, I just look at like situations like this to just like, you know, take a step back, analyze yourself mentally, and then just try to see what you can do to be your best self so that you can move forward, so you can just be the type of person and the human that God needs you to be for His kingdom and for His glory. And so that's kind of how I look at the situation. And like, and I hate the narrative too, of just like, you know what I'm saying, it's so negative. But like I said, it's just like in the state of Seattle, even talking to the cop or whatever, it's just like really the nothing I've been doing is just like fine school. But I mean, like I said, it was just a sucky situation, but she's a human being and a great person. And I feel like, you know what I'm saying, like we've been able to be like, and I hate that narrative too, because you know, us coming together like we're just two like real dominant personalities. And she's, to me, the best female athlete in the world. Like, I see it every day. And like, you know, for me in my process, like I just said, like moving training groups, a whole new environment, a whole new, you know what I'm saying, training setup, different than what I've been in the past, like, you know, 10 years of my, you know, track and field career. And transitioning and then still coming back running 980 and feeling like I got so much more to give. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's my path, that's my journey. And like being so up close and personal with her every day. And like I watched her like fall on the track like in February. Walk it out like it was, you know what I'm saying, like a cramp, but get back up and have to take like a month and a half of just like rehab and trying to come back. And then 3 weeks later, like, I had a competition and like, you know what I'm saying, like she just has a lot of things going on and like a lot of emotions and forces going on inside of her that like not only I can understand,
but nobody can, because she's one-on-one. And I'm one-on-one too. So I know everything is happening in God's plan, because obviously he's one-on-one. And so that's really the main focus and the thing I just wanted to say. And I know that like it's been a tough journey for her this year, but she's gonna bounce back. And like I said, I see it every day. She's the best female athlete in the world. She's gonna be just fine. She's gonna be good. I'm gonna be good too. So it is what it is.
People that saw what he had to say on social media had some interesting opinions. Look at this guy. Look at the black man. You see how we protect the black woman's image and defend black women in the face of adversity? Beautiful. We don't get on TV and on podcasts and say how we hate our spouse for years in the whole marriage. We don't speak about entanglements on podcasts and ish like that. Shout out to him for holding her down. So this person automatically understands that the man is basically defending her, even though she's clearly in the wrong. The other person says, he spoke highly of her. His heart is pure. I know many people who would have took this time to be negative. Yes.
I almost made the dumbest mistake of my life by returning this Ergo pillow. Your pillow is destroying your nap while you...
I know many people who would have took this time to be negative. Yes, probably like your ass. That's the situation, right? The man is beaten and berated. And oh, he spoke highly of her. How nice of him to do that. His heart is pure. Just similar to what Michelle Obama does to Barack. Oh, that's great that he can take that abuse and still speak highly of her, which in my honest opinion, the guy is, he's silly for that, but I'll get into that in a minute. But let me get into more of these comments. M. goes, bro said, let me get in front of this. Right, he's protecting somebody who's abusing him. It's crazy, right? But look at this. Oh, that was very sweet of him. Okay, y'all not talking about what she did at all. I mean, this man is still being demonized even though he did the right thing, okay? I knew it. I literally said she should have not been arrested. Like headphones, they knew who she was and wanted to tarnish her image. Okay, right. So basically, they just made this all up, a professional athlete with no proof just to risk being sued? Right. Now, here's what some of the people say. Bro, she pushed him. Can we move on? She literally pushed him. Okay. So basically, she just pushed him. That's all. All right. But what if he pushed her? Would you feel the same way? Of course you would. Now this person says, y'all must not have read the police report. She pushed him several times, calling him to fly several feet, even into a pole. She also threw headphones at him. Like, next time it could be her throwing a knife. And this is actually great. Give her a round of applause. Now the reason why we want to give her a round of applause is because he's experienced this before. If she has the confidence to do this in person, she's doing it behind the scenes. All right? And a lot of these women think that it's okay for women to do this. Look at this person here. This is nice, but if the roles are reversed and the woman was attacked by men, then came out speaking like this, everyone will be throwing word around like Stockholm Syndrome, gaslighting, abuse. Let's be consistent. What she did is still domestic violence. Amen. Yes, she should have been arrested, just as you would have expected a man to be. Yes, she got emotions to work through just like an abusive man would. Two things can be true. Stop the show. Now, this is somebody speaking facts, okay? This is the parity that women say that they want, but obviously we see that there was a disparity, even attacking a young man who was being supportive of an abuse.
So things just keep getting crazier and crazier. Just last week we had a pretty strong earthquake, one that shook the entire Pacific Ocean.
I don't know if you guys can hear that, but we were told that this is the last final siren before it hits.
Just hours after that, a woman reports a bizarre video of mysterious creatures swimming in Chile, hundreds of them. Mermaids, or at least this is what most people on the internet think that she captured. Evidence of the existence of these mythological creatures the same day the entire Pacific Ocean shook. It would make perfect sense that if they do exist, they would surface that day for obvious reasons, but I'm not sure if the video is real. We're going to be taking a look at the full video in a few minutes, but I decided to deep dive into this and find out what exactly happened after the earthquake. And apparently, it wasn't just mermaids.
48 hours and we see a clear linear pattern.
Okay, this is real time. I am in Flowery Branch, Georgia, and I just saw one of the orbs is being followed by a helicopter. I'm gonna post a video here in a minute of this. Holy crap, y'all.
Deep diving into this, I found out it wasn't just mermaids. People were noticing several strange things all over the world. So let's begin with the basic, and that would be this video in Chile. So I found the original video. It's coming from Lily Amber, and she is in Kiki. And she's got a pretty normal account, as you can see. It was recorded 6 days ago. She said it's a day in life reporting the scene. Let's take a look at this. Look at that. Okay, so maybe they could be people swimming or sea lions, but then she pans the camera and you can see hundreds of these things swimming around. But after a while, she zooms in and it seems to be a person. There's a specific moment there that we can see this person underwater before it surfaces, and it looks as if it's swimming pretty quick. Over here. Look at that. This person was here, and then in a matter of instants, it's here. Let's put this thing in slow motion. Look at that. See, here's the person. Or, I don't know if that's a person. Look at that. What is that? And what are those things around it? Look, its tail maybe? What? This is crazy. Look at that. Oh my gosh. Something's going on here. I'm not sure what it is. And I'm not sure these are mermaids. But then there's this part. It looks like the dolphin. But then again, what are these things around it that are looking at the surface? Look at that. So maybe dolphins swimming with people or mermaids? I'm not sure. It's pretty crazy. But if this were to be true, there should be more sightings of these things that same day, right? But I found this one 2 days ago. Oh, a lot of mermaids. Let's see if this is the real deal. This video, I get this feeling that this thing could be CGI or something like that. Let's take a look at the comments. So we got sea lions, don't be fooled. That could be the case. Those are orca whales. Doesn't look like mermaids, perfect. But again, we wouldn't know how they look like, I guess. Where is this? No information where this is. They're only gin at the sea. Who said it's mermaids? Because I see dolphins. Yes, most likely dolphins. I'm not sure about this one. Yeah.
That's one of the base recipes, Mom.
Tell me it's fake. I'm looking at it.
I don't know what we're gonna do, but I know it's gonna be something bad.
Yours.
Duffy, y'all got a cancel. It's almost ready. Big old lump of that old thing. That's a fun. Dang, Mama. You finally season something and then it's over something. Easy onion. What is that?
I bet it's really bad.
What's an easy onion? When did they? Oh, that look like applesauce. Why don't you do that? Why don't you just put this in a pot? How you get it off your bottom? What is it? Why you ain't? I know you got pot. You know the crazy thing is? It's probably the best thing she ever did. Nah,
that out. I ain't mean to cuss on them. It's supposed to be my 2 minutes. I ain't supposed to cuss. I'm sorry. Well, they did change it up, so maybe I'm good. We're gonna see.
Yeah, for 25 minutes.
I hope so.
You could probably do 400.
That's because you don't be eating good.
So good.
You eat your own cooking. That's why your stomach growls.
Oh.
Now you know.
Oh, I gotta be back.
Why?
You gotta do
Why,
those
Josh?
4 things that they did.
But eat your mama cooking. Your mind done good.
Yes.
It ain't nothing but ravioli and
That
seasoning.
looks just like they.
This is all I've been trying to tell you. Season your food. Now taste that seasoning. Taste the seasoning, mama. And see if you want to start seasoning your chicken up. It good, ain't it? See? Season.
Scraping the side.
Why mama always hurt? What she be doing? What she ain't feeling TikTok? Mama always something wrong with her hand or something.
I ain't got a lot of seasoning.
Told you. I told you.
Oh, I feel like I'm in Italy.
I told you that's way too much seasoning.
They don't even taste like the normal ravioli. Like we in a restaurant. Like it's like a restaurant. Like quality.
What be happening to mama? Mama be fighting. Cause ain't no way she always hurt. She hurt. Every time I see her, something on her. You gotta check her. Alright, we got ground beef. And we're gonna season it with an egg too. And some breadcrumbs. Meatloaf! Big money is meatloaf. Breadcrumbs in there. Oh, that's meatballs. Never mind. That's what it's like. My people. I be singing these songs and y'all ain't never gonna hear them and turn it down because this is rude. I was raised with it. Mushrooms nasty. I seen that. You trying to sneak it in there. Cream of mushroom soup. You make it, no, I ain't even gonna say it. I was about to say sweet meatballs. It ain't, you know. But you got some mad thing on that thing. You put the grape, you dipped it. That's what I'm talking about. You dipped it. You put a little, make a little puddle of gravy. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. And then feed that damn tank either. You did your shit. Kimchi and that head dog. Stop playing with them. Get your cups ready. Click, click. Yep. Don't be real to it. You got a little problem. Every time. Kimchi. I ain't never had kimchi. Is it good? Think, clink, clink. I don't know what I was about to say. Why did I get clink, clink? Anyway, is it just kimchi? Clink, clink. Is it just kimchi? It look like some corn in there too. That look like a lima bean. Is lima beans and kimchi? Am I looking at kimchi? It looks like clink, clink. It looks like it. But it also looks like some lima beans in that bitch. I might be saying the wrong shit. Clink, clink. You. Why don't they sponsor you? You don't say nothing. You just drink your Hennessy and eat your food. You might as well get clink, clink. You might as well get a little sponsor. We need a backstory of how you started drinking Hennessy. That's what we need. We need that. Clink, clink. I bet you were so goddamn innocent. And somebody just said, try this drink right here. Your ass fell in love, not your ass just drinking.
You can pretty much take it all. Fridges, dishwashers, dressers, drawers, couches, mattresses, bed frames, concrete, things like that. Same day notice or 3 weeks in advance.
That's what you get with paraprofessionals. You didn't know you're making a difference. We found
Your ass fell in love, not your ass just drinking. And okay, we cooked us. Alright, come in. shit. I don't give a damn how short it is. All right, some lemon pepper and some shit and some more shit. There we go. Put some more shit. We're gonna season this up very well. Liquid smoke. We're gonna get that. This is it. Gotta go there. Why it sound so fake? Why them sizzles sound fake?
Why is she sizzling? It ain't nothing to no heat there. The sizzle.
She put some what you call it, ain't it? Some sound effects. That wasn't fake. Maybe she just cutting the damn sound down. Why it sounds fake. Okay, all the silver's real. Yeah, just I see why niggas put music now. Because it do sound fake as hell. To keep it going, understandable. Damn, he gonna eat good? He gonna eat good! Yeah, season the mashed potatoes up too. You gonna get some gravy. That's white. Oh, we got some something like that's something. Like a ribeye or some shit. I don't know. Some type of meat. I had it. I seen it in the thing, but I don't got it, so I can't cheat. Fuck it. See that? Oh shit. It might come to green tomatoes with some jalapenos and some onions. Okay. You just doing that with your hands. That shit don't hurt. The steam don't do shit. That's wild. That is crazy. How y'all can just do that? I can't ever do. What is it? I guess you gotta cook for a minute to be having. Wow, I used to do that shit. I just ain't been cooking in a minute. I ain't no cook no more. Now, if I was, this thing wouldn't have did shit to me. You damn right. Now I forgot. Now I forgot my damn. But when I was a cook, that motherfucker ain't did nothing. Boy, I could pull a hat. That's a lie. I stopped myself before I said that was gonna be a straight lie. All right, what you got today? You got some chicken. Okay. We're gonna wash this chicken. See, I already see the white vinegar. We're gonna wash this damn chicken. Uh-huh. Bye. Jackpot. Okay, I forgot. Clean that chicken. Clean that chicken. I don't care what y'all say. That's right, clean it like some dishes. Oh, all y'all do is just contaminate y'all's workspace. I don't give a damn. I'm gonna clean the damn chicken every time. And then we're gonna season that motherfucker up. You hear me? I wasn't supposed to cuss on this one because this video 2 minutes. Yeah! Started. Oh, I got another 2-minute video. If not, whoopsie. I did not turn this down all the way. And then we got the Sazone. I see why this too. Oh, the little babies always want to help. Sometimes they get irritated. I ain't gonna lie. Oh, can I help? I'm trying to eat now. I don't want to be cute right now. Let me cook. I don't want to put it in the hot. No, because you're going to burn your hands and you're going to be crying and I ain't going to get to eat.
don't know, go watch Coco Melon and go sit your little ass down. That's what you need to do. But I just feel great. I've been holding that in. Cause, you know, little kids always want to help and shit. Sometimes when we cooking, we don't got time to be all cute and shit. Goddamn, let you learn how to cook. Nigga, my stomach grumbling. Get out the damn kitchen with me.
I started experiencing hair loss on main edges specifically. My part was like extra thin, and that's when I found hers. Through hers.
This episode of the Y-Files is brought to you by PDS Debt. On June 25th, 2007, the CIA quietly released 693 pages of their darkest secrets to the website. No announcement, no press conference, just a document dump of operations so illegal they've been hidden since 1973. The CIA called this collection their family jewels. Assassination plots, mind control experiments, journalists on CIA payroll, surveillance of hundreds of thousands of Americans who'd committed no crimes. These weren't conspiracy theories. These were real. Each page of the family jewels revealed operations approved at the highest levels. Operations that violated every law meant to constrain the CIA. And taken together, they revealed something darker than isolated crimes. They told a story. The story of the family jewels is the story of the real CIA. Credentials? Wait, it destroys. But there's a way out. PDS Debt has helped hundreds of thousands.
They feel the vibrations. I've been clapping off rhythm to confuse them. It works on Fremen too.
Or they're just laughing at you.
If I don't make it, tell the Baron he can take the moon of Canadian pride and shove it right up his...
Guess he found Shai Hulud the hard way. The story of the family jewels didn't start in 2007. It starts in 1973, when the walls started closing in on the CIA. On May 9th, James Schlesinger had been CIA director for only 3 months, and his timing couldn't have been worse. The Watergate break-in scandal was spreading. The 5 intruders were all connected to the CIA, some as officers, some as assets. The planners of the break-in were E. Howard Hunt and G. Gordon Liddy. Hunt was former CIA. Liddy was former FBI with a background in intelligence. Congress and the press were asking questions the CIA didn't want to answer, but the director had a problem. He didn't know what his own agency had done. He knew there were secrets buried that could destroy them if ever discovered, so he issued an order to every department head. Report any activity that may have violated the CIA's charter. This was supposed to be a routine investigation, awaiting at the agency out of the headlines. The rumors were bad. He had no idea that the truth was much worse. One department admitted to opening mail between the U.S. and Soviet Union. 28 million letters over 20 years were illegally opened and scanned. The Office of Security confessed to wiretapping American journalists who've been asking too many questions. Every department submitted reports. Every report was worse than the last. There were disclosures of surveillance operations, not against foreign spies, against Americans. Anyone who questioned authority was a CIA target. Some programs were classified secret, then top secret. But operations classified eyes only were so secret, details couldn't be written down. They were labeled sensitive operation, details available orally only. Others had code names that revealed nothing. MH Chaos, HT Lingual, MK Often. Week after week, the secrets poured in. Programs everyone thought were conspiracy theories. The binder was getting heavy. By summer, it was several inches thick, almost 700 pages of CIA misconduct. But these weren't occasional mistakes. They were approved, funded, and executed. In other words, decades of illegal CIA operation was official policy. This was a report that could destroy the agency. And then it leaked. Not from a spy, but from a journalist who believed in transparency. But he had no idea he was about to expose the biggest intelligence scandal in American history. And as soon as the CIA caught wind of his investigation, he became the agency's biggest threat and newest target.
You know what eating cabbage can do to your heart? Cabbage is a cruciferous vegetable that resembles lettuce and can be red, purple, white, or green. But what many people don't know is that it can have a serious effect on the body's inflammatory response. Is it healthy? Here's what you need to know. I'm a doctor, and I quit. Years ago, I made a New Year's resolution for myself that I would no longer participate in what our country calls healthcare. It's actually sick care. It doesn't restore health. It just profits off of people staying sick. Like, why don't doctors tell patients that eating something as simple as a grapefruit every day supports blood pressure in a natural way? Why don't doctors tell patients to focus on herbs?
And as soon as the CIA caught wind of his investigation, he became the agency's biggest threat and newest target. The journalist who would expose it all was no stranger to government lies. Seymour Hersh had already won a Pulitzer Prize in 1969 for exposing the My Lai massacre, where American soldiers slaughtered hundreds of Vietnamese civilians. The Pentagon tried to bury that story. Hersh dragged it into the light. 1974, Hersh was at the New York Times, and he'd been hearing whispers from former CIA officers about domestic surveillance programs that weren't supposed to exist. The CIA's charter was crystal clear. No domestic operations, no spying on American citizens, period. But his sources were telling him the opposite, that the CIA was running a massive operation against Americans. On December 22, 1974, the Times ran Hersh's story on the front page. The article detailed a massive intelligence operation with files on 10,000 American citizens. Not foreign agents, not terrorists, Americans, anti-war activists, civil rights leaders, journalists, even members of Congress. The backlash was instant. The public was outraged, and the press wouldn't let it go. The next morning, the Department of Justice announced an investigation, and CIA Director William Colby was summoned to Air Force One to brief President Ford personally. President Ford's solution was damage control, control of the narrative. Vice President Nelson Rockefeller would lead a commission to investigate. Quick, clean, controlled. The scandal would finally be contained. But it backfired. The commission not only confirmed everything Hersh reported, they found more. The CIA had conducted break-ins against American citizens, bugged their homes, opened their mail, tapped their phones, even tested biological weapons on Americans without their knowledge. The agency wasn't just violating its charter, it was breaking the law, and every target was an American citizen on American soil.
The agency does monitor foreign communications. How do you define foreign communications? I think it is communications that go abroad or are abroad. I think does it involve a United States citizen at one end? On some occasions, that cannot be separated from the traffic that is being monitored.
These operations weren't the work of rogue agents. They were approved at the highest levels, by CIA directors, by the Pentagon, by former presidents, and vice presidents.
It turned out that most of these abuses really could be trailed back to the president and the NSC. They initiated them.
RC 007 is a lot of love out here from the truckers, people like you. We appreciate that.
So this was really not a rogue president, rogue agency. This was in some respects a rogue presidency.
Congress knew they needed their own investigation. Senator Frank Church was chosen to lead what will become the most extensive investigation of intelligence activities ever conducted. And the Church Committee had something the President's Commission didn't: subpoena power. The power to force anyone involved to testify. No hiding behind national security. No, I can neither confirm nor deny. Tell the truth or go to jail. For the first time in history, the CIA would have to reveal their covert operations under oath and on the record. And what they revealed shocked everyone, because any American could be a target. And as the investigation continued, that list of American targets kept getting longer and longer. The Church Committee's first major discovery was Operation Chaos, known by its cryptonym MH Chaos. Started in 1967 under President Johnson and expanded under Nixon. The mission was simple: find foreign influence in the anti-war movement, prove that Moscow or Beijing were behind the protests. They never found any foreign influence, not one case. The anti-war movement was made up of Americans, but they kept looking for communists, and the program kept growing. By 1973, Chaos had indexed 300,000 Americans in its computer system. Not suspected spies, not foreign agents, Americans exercising their First Amendment rights. College students, clergy, professors, journalists. Anyone who questioned the Vietnam War was a potential target. Richard Olber ran the operation. He worked under James Jesus Angleton, the CIA's counterintelligence chief. Angleton had built his own empire within the CIA. He was brilliant, paranoid, and convinced that enemies were everywhere. The CIA was designed to protect America from foreign threats, but Angleton had turned those weapons inward against his own citizens. They used a sophisticated computer system to track everyone. It cross-referenced every name mentioned in every intelligence report. Feed in one name, get connections to dozens more, like a spider web expanding outward.
Introducing the new 2-in-1 E plus testosterone treatment through pills. This daily dual action pill includes prescription strength tadalafil for longer lasting erections to help you fit
dozens more, like a spider web expanding outward. 7,200 Americans had dedicated files. Their mail was opened and their phones were tapped without a warrant. Their trash was searched. CIA agents infiltrated their organizations, attended their meetings, recorded their conversations.
The documents describe domestic spying, opening of private mail, and the investigation of journalists. Agents watched former Washington Post reporter Michael Gettler for 3 months in 1971.
They were watching who I was talking to. They took pictures of who I was having lunch with. They actually took pictures through the picture window of our home.
CIA employees have nicknamed the documents the family jewels.
Over 1,000 organizations were monitored, not just protest groups. The CIA watched Jewish organizations. The Israeli embassy was watched. When asked why, one CIA officer said they were looking for radical Jewish elements. American Jews practicing their faith, supporting Israel, were watched by their own government. And Chaos wasn't alone. Mary Mack infiltrated protest groups around Washington, D.C. Operation Resistance collected information on draft resistors. H.T. Lingual, an earlier operation, was still running, and that was opening and photographing mail between Americans and foreign countries. The CIA didn't just target protesters, it also watched members of Congress. Bella Abzug from New York, Patsy Mink from Hawaii. A total of 14 members of Congress were on the CIA's watch list for being vocal critics of the Vietnam War. The violations were systemic. Every person who spoke out against the war, every group that organized a protest, every publication that questioned policy, all of them ended up in the computer system. Names, addresses, associates, activities, everything cataloged and cross-referenced. They turned spying into a science. But sometimes watching isn't enough. Sometimes they needed boots on the ground. Sometimes direct action had to be used against American citizens. The CIA needed an agency willing to get their hands dirty, and they found the perfect partner, the FBI. When it came to crushing Americans' First Amendment rights, the CIA and the FBI were perfect partners. The CIA surveilled dissent, and the FBI dismantled it. The program was called COINTELPRO, short for Counterintelligence Program. Officially, it targeted domestic subversives. Unofficially, it was a war on the First Amendment. Civil rights leaders were tracked. Activists were harassed. Some were imprisoned. Some were killed. One of the FBI's favorite targets was Martin Luther King Jr. J. Edgar Hoover had been watching Dr. King since December 1955. The Montgomery bus boycott had just started. The young minister was making headlines. Hoover ordered surveillance, and that surveillance would continue for the next 12 years, right up until Dr. King was assassinated in Memphis. And the FBI didn't just tap his phones. They bugged his home, his offices, every hotel room he stayed in. They had agents follow him 24 hours a day. They knew where he was every minute, who he talked to, what he said. They recorded everything. The FBI tried to prove he was a communist. They couldn't. They tried to link him to foreign agents. There was no evidence. What they found was a man who loved his country and believed in its founding principles: justice, equality, the promises America made but hadn't kept.
Because I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I have a dream today.
And I consider Dr. Martin Luther King one of the greatest Americans who ever lived. But greatness doesn't equal perfection. Dr. King struggled with infidelity, so J. Edgar Hoover got personal. On November 21st, 1964, an unmarked package arrived at King's home. His wife, Coretta, opened it. Inside was a tape and a letter. The tape contained the hotel recordings. The letter was unsigned. It called Dr. King names that I won't repeat here. But the final paragraph was clear. King, there is only one thing left for you to do. You know what it is. You have 34 days. 34 days. Dr. King was scheduled to receive the Nobel Peace Prize in 35 days. The letter was telling him to kill himself, or the FBI would destroy him publicly. The letter was likely written by William Sullivan, the FBI's assistant director, but the government has never admitted this. But the Church Committee found the evidence. A draft was in Sullivan's files. COINTELPRO conducted over 2,000 documented actions. They forged letters to create conflicts, printed negative stories in newspapers, sent people to prison on false charges, incited violence between groups, destroyed marriages, ruined careers, drove people to suicide. The CIA watched, the FBI destroyed. But controlling people through force wasn't enough. They wanted to control people without realizing they were being manipulated. To do that, they deployed an even more powerful weapon: the media.
I was getting married and going from surgery to implants, and thank goodness with Nivea.
Without realizing they were being manipulated. To do that, they deployed an even more powerful weapon: the media. There's a reason that protecting the press shows up right in the First Amendment. The Founding Fathers knew that democracy needs watchdogs. The press was supposed to hold. Instead, the press became their mouthpiece. The CIA had been manipulating journalists since the early 1950s. Now we know this as Operation Mockingbird, but there was no official name for it. Inside the agency, Frank Wisner, who ran covert operations, called it his mighty Wurlitzer, a massive organ that would play any tune he wanted. It started in the early days of the Cold War under Allen Dulles. The CIA needed to influence public opinion against the Soviets, and major news organizations were more than happy to help. Publishers, editors, reporters. A few were patriots who thought they were serving their country. Some enjoyed playing spy. And some journalists had no agenda at all. They just liked the money.
Do you have any people being paid by the CIA to a major circulation American journal?
We do have people who submit pieces to American journals.
More than 400 American journalists had secretly carried out assignments for the CIA for 25 years. And not small-town papers. These were reporters at the New York Times, CBS, Time Magazine, Newsweek, the AP, Reuters, Washington Post, the biggest names in American media. Some journalists were full CIA employees using journalism as cover, and the publishers knew. Arthur Hayes Salzberg of the New York Times, William Paley at CBS, they cooperated directly with the CIA. When the agency needed a story planted, they'd make a call. The story would run. When they needed a story killed, another call. The story would go away.
We're extremely proud of the quality, balanced journalism that CBS4 News produces. But they are concerned about
York Times gave CIA employees press credentials. They posed as reporters while conducting intelligence operations. Journalists spied on foreign leaders. They carried money to CIA assets. They provided their hotel rooms for secret meetings. When the CIA overthrew governments in Iran and Guatemala, the American press explained why it was necessary. When the agency needed support for the Vietnam War, headlines appeared. The American people thought they were reading news. They were reading CIA propaganda.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish the same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and false
news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets without checking facts first. Unfortunately, some members of the media push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
The Church Committee exposed this collaboration. Bernstein documented it, but nothing really changed. Because once you control the news, you control the narrative. You control what people think. And that power is too valuable to give up. But even total control of information has limits. To truly control a population, you need to control their minds directly. And one CIA scientist believed he found a way.
Should these glasses be illegal in the U.S.? Don't risk straining your eyes or wasting money on outdated prescription glasses.
Controlling the news wasn't enough. The CIA wanted to control minds directly, not through propaganda or manipulation, through chemistry, through torture, through techniques that would break a person's mind so they could rebuild it. The program was called MK Ultra, run by Sidney Gottlieb, the CIA's chief chemist. His colleagues called him the Black Sorcerer. From 1953 to 1973, Gottlieb had unlimited funds and zero oversight. His mission, develop mind control techniques for the CIA. MK Ultra wasn't one program. It was 149 sub-projects. 80 institutions were involved. 44 colleges and universities. 15 research foundations. 12 hospitals. 185 private researchers. Georgetown University Hospital got $375,000 to run a hospital safe house. The CIA would bring subjects there, dose them with LSD, watch them for days, record everything. One mental patient was given LSD for 174 consecutive days. His name was never recorded. What happened to him was never documented. He was just one test subject among thousands.
Between the years of 1957 and 1984, I became a pawn in the government scheme. Its ultimate goal was mind control and to create the perfect spy. All through the use of chemicals and radiation, drugs, hypnosis, electric shock, isolation, tons of water, sleep deprivation, brainwashing, verbal, physical, emotional, and sexual abuse.
Operation Midnight Climax was an interesting sub-project. The CIA set up brothels in San Francisco and New York, two-way mirrors in every room. Prostitutes on CIA payroll would bring men back, slip LSD into their drinks, and CIA officers would watch from behind the mirrors. They photographed everything. The men never knew they'd been drugged. They went home to their families thinking they'd lost their minds. Dr. Ewan Cameron ran experiments at Allen Memorial Institute in Montreal. He called it de-patterning, erasing minds through torture. Patients were put in drug-induced comas for weeks, given electric shock at 30 times normal intensity, and forced to listen to recorded messages for 16 hours a day. Some victims forgot their families. They forgot their names. Their entire lives were erased.
I was exploited unwittingly for nearly 3 decades of my life, and the only explanations given to me were that, quote, the end justifies the means, and, quote, I was serving my country in their bold efforts to fight communism. I can only summarize my circumstances by saying they took an already abused 7-year-old child and compounded my suffering beyond belief. The saddest part is, I know for a fact that I was not alone. There were countless other children in my same situation, and there was no one to help us. I know for a fact that I was not alone.
Then there was Frank Olson, a scientist working in MKUltra. He expressed ethical concerns about the CIA's methods. He told his supervisor he wanted to resign. A few days later, Gottlieb's team slipped LSD into Olson's drink at a CIA retreat. On November 28, 1953, 9 days after being dosed, Olson went through a 10th floor hotel window. The CIA said he jumped. Suicide. Case closed. For 20 years, Gottlieb ran MKUltra with very little oversight and a tremendous amount of power. But now Congress was asking questions. If MKUltra got exposed, it would be a huge problem. So Sidney Gottlieb came up with a solution. He ordered all MKUltra records destroyed. Thousands of documents, 20 years of experiments, into the fire. Well, most of them, anyway. This is usually the part of the story where I debunk whatever myth or legend we've explored today. Except everything in this episode is true. Sorry if it wasn't super fun, but I think these episodes are important to do from time to time. And this Family Jewels episode is just one in a series. So before you ask, yes, I'm uncomfortable doing this.
Are the most problematic?
Most problematic for me are probably the CIA ones. The one I did that ended with the Agent Orange kind of expose. It was a kind of dangerous one. It was the dark history of DARPA and all the bad stuff that DARPA's done since its founding. It's done some horrible stuff. And that was an episode I was afraid to release. There's been a couple of those. Real MKUltra is kind of afraid to because I named names. All of these CIA operations deserve their own episode. And I've covered some of them if you want more detail. Links are below. And there's plenty more to cover. But there's one I stay away from. Operation Mockingbird. Mockingbird exposed how tight the media is with the intelligence community. I haven't covered this because it's clearly still going on. Twitter, Facebook, and other social media platforms have already been exposed as either working with or being coerced by the FBI and other government agencies. This is fact. And if you follow TV news personalities closely, you'll see that a few are still on the CIA's payroll. I know their names, but I won't say them here. You'll know who I mean if you pay attention. Now, chaos really did index 300,000 Americans. That's also a fact. Fred Hampton was drugged by the FBI and murdered in his bed by local police, coordinated by the FBI. That's a fact. Frank Olson didn't jump from that hotel window. He had blunt force trauma to his head before he fell. No cuts from window glass. His family received $750,000 in hush money. The CIA admitted drugging him with LSD 9 days before his death, but that's about it. There's a link below to the full story. The Family Jewels documents expose a lot of CIA secrets, but some mysteries are still unexplained. Item 1 in the Family Jewels is completely redacted. The whole thing is blacked out. And after everything else they revealed, assassinations, mind control, surveillance, what could be worse? What could be in there? I'm not sure we'll ever find out. I'm not sure we even want to know.
Police officers, veterans, and responsible gun owners are all doing this. National conceit.
I'm not sure we'll ever find out. I'm not sure we even want to know. Sidney Gottlieb destroyed most MKUltra records in 1973. We only know what survived because of budget files. How many subjects? How many people died? What techniques actually worked? We'll never know. The CIA made sure of that. And by the way, Gottlieb was never held accountable for any of it. Links below to more. And programs like these don't disappear. They evolve. They even get legalized. After 9/11, Congress passed the Patriot Act. Suddenly, what got the CIA in trouble in the 1970s became standard procedure. Mass surveillance? Legal. Collecting data on Americans without warrants? Legal. With a FISA court rubber stamp. Those secret courts approved 99.97% of government surveillance requests. That's not oversight. That's theater. Both parties voted for it. Both parties renewed it. Republicans championed it under Bush. Democrats expanded it under Obama. Trump reauthorized it. Biden extended it again. Every few years they pretend to debate it, then they quietly renew it. Because once government gets power, it never gives it back. What took Operation Chaos years to collect on 300,000 Americans, the NSA now collects on everyone in minutes. Phone records, email metadata, internet searches, financial transactions.
Does the NSA collect any type of data at all on millions or hundreds of millions of Americans?
No, sir. Verizon offers its telephone customers what's called the Share Everything plan. Well, the irony of that did not escape a lot of folks today when it was revealed that Verizon has been sharing the phone records of millions with U.S. intelligence. And sources tell us this evening that surveillance extended to the internet as well.
The government is spying on even more of our online activities than anyone imagined. New leaks describe a program allowing the government to snoop into a wide range of activity most Americans believe should be protected.
The National Security Agency is operating a massive database system that allows analysts to scour individuals' emails, Facebook chats, and internet browsing histories at will.
Exposing the CIA's family jewels should have been a cautionary tale, a warning. Instead, the intelligence community turned this into a series of tests. They tested the American people to see how many laws they would be allowed to break. They tested us to see what freedoms we would surrender. They tested us to see if we would hold anyone accountable. The CIA, FBI, and our entire intelligence apparatus has been testing us for 50 years. And for 50 years, we the people have failed every test. So what can we do? Probably nothing. The last person to openly say the CIA needed an overhaul was John F. Kennedy. How'd that work out?
Kennedy died at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time.
Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. My name is AJ. This has been a Wi-Fi stripped episode. If you had fun or learned anything, I don't know how much fun we had, but if you learned anything, do me a favor, like, subscribe, comment, share. That stuff really helps us out. And like most topics we cover, today's is recommended by you. So if there's a story you'd like to see or learn more about,
Right now, you can get 4 free phones plus 4 lines for $90 with no trade-in.
Are we having the wool pulled over our eyes here?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, long time there's been a small, delusional group of people who always said the Egyptians were not black people. And when we say Egyptians, we ain't talking about the ones that's there now. We're talking about way back, ancient Kemet Egyptians. They like to erase the part that says, hey, you know, they migrated from Ethiopia. But we're not even going to get into that. So they were digging and messed around and came up on the Egyptian head that is intact. Now, I'm looking at it. But this is a head of an ancient pharaoh. I'm looking at it. Now, I'm not going to say he was black. But I will say I got a cousin that looked just like his ass. And if you like me, when you saw the head, you started to hone in on them lips. That's a natural human thing. That is a natural human thing. You know, when somebody, the two most looked at parts of your face, eyes and lips. And to prove it further like this, when you pass away, do you know the focal point that everybody would look, the focal point of your face would be your lips? This man has passed away. He got some big ass lips. That's all I'm saying. I ain't saying he black, but he got some black ass lips. Anyway, my stand-up special, anybody want to tell me, is on Tubi right now. And
are we related to these giants in some way? When we look at the narrative of our most ancient and cherished spiritual traditions, there's a common theme. that runs through all of them. It's a fascinating theme for me because it says that humankind went through multiple iterations of an intentional process to lead us to the point where we are today. In other words, there were multiple attempts to find just the right genetic formula for the human body that we see today. And in fact, when we look at the Judeo-Christian traditions, what they are telling us is that there was a search for the right genetic formula to hold the power of the human spirit in physical form in this world. And as we went through the multiple iterations, the trial and error, there were forms of life that were created that simply were not sustainable throughout the eons of history. And among those forms of life, we certainly see reference to giants. We see references to the
Brownie bliss with chocolatey, gooey lava.
You'll live a long and healthy life, and so that is the hack. You start taking steroids when you first join the gym, abuse them, get your blood work done, make sure, perhaps just take a few things, make sure that you don't actually kill yourself during that time, you don't have horrendous acne and all those side effects, and then hop off after about a year and a half, and then tell everyone you're 100% natural, send me your blood work, you'll probably pass, and the world will then keep revolving. Now, Jeff Nippert just ruined his credibility. Obviously, I mean, I did, Jeff did, we all did. And why is that? Because, well, we went by the blood work. If you go by science, aka blood work, you're not credible. What you need to do is go by the eyeball test, like Filion. Filion has so much more credibility than myself or Jeff because he looks at a guy and says he has more muscle than him, and so clearly he's a fake beauty. Works every time. It's not possible to be wrong. And so let's watch Catabolic Twig's newest video on Jeff Nippert.
Is it possible to look like you're on steroids without ever actually taking steroids?
No. And so immediately the Catabolic Twig has more credibility than myself or Jeff because he knows that it's impossible to look like you're on steroids if you're not. You can't do it. Every single person that looks like a fake natty is. All of them. If there are 100 million people out there working out and 20 million of them look like they're on steroids, every single person that looks like they might be on steroids, they are. And you thought you wouldn't gain any valuable information from this video. Listen, it's the hack. If they look like they might be on steroids, they are. I'll give you some other advice. If a woman's mouth is moving, she's lying. It's simple. If you marry a woman, you're going to end up in a divorce. Every woman is cheating on you. These absolutes are so great. I mean, I wish I had thought of this younger. I'm 49. 49! If I had realized this when I was younger, man. And so, some other tips for you. You should all gamble right now. Togi suggested. He made millions of dollars. How did it work for him? How's it working out? Togi is making millions of dollars. He's world famous. Togi also blasted steroids for a little while. He got this crazy looking physique. And so, you got to blast the steroids. Every one of you will get a crazy dream physique. Every one of you. You all got to gamble. You're all eventually going to win. The only reason you lose is you didn't gamble long enough. How didn't I think of this? And so, every person that looks like they're on steroids is. Every woman with a tattoo, well, you know what that means. Every girl with a tongue piercing, oof, every single one. And all men who are below 5'7" tall, like Coach Greg, well, we have a Neapolitan complex, you know. We only work out because we're fearful of being so short and we eat a lot of ice cream, the Neapolitan kind.
There you go. Saved you guys 16 minutes. 99% of people would not be able to look like Julian while on gear.
I believe him. He's actually right. Probably 99% of people on steroids wouldn't look like Julian. True. His arms are that big. He's that impressive that even as a natural, well, I rephrase that, even as a guy who took steroids for the first couple of years of his training, he started at 14, so 14, 15, 16, he took steroids for maybe 2 or 3 years, and now that he's 19, 5 years later, he stopped because he passed the blood work. 99% of people that took steroids couldn't look like that. That is impressive genetics.
Virtually no one can look like this naturally.
Wait a minute. Catabolic twig, you were onto something, but then you said virtually no one can look like this natural. I just told my audience that everyone who looks like a fake natty is. They are. You said virtually no one could.
My boss thought I worked all weekend, but I just stopped using ChatGPT like a toy and do this instead.
Let's be real. Most people over 40 use ChatGPT.
This episode of the Y-Files is brought to you by Factor. In 1972, 3 hikers discovered a hidden room carved into a wall of Chaco Canyon. The New Mexico desert was well over 100 degrees. Inside the cavern, the temperature was a comfortable 72. Artifacts were everywhere: pottery, tools, weapons. Experts dated everything to the 8th century. Every item except one. A compass-like object covered in symbols nobody recognized, made from an alloy that wouldn't exist for another 1,000 years. Within 48 hours, the National Security Agency seized the site. They called it Project Ancient Arrow. The NSA studied the room for months, then sealed it. 21 years later, a cave-in revealed the truth. This wasn't just a room, it was an entrance. For 21 years, the Chaco Canyon chamber remained sealed. The compass artifact was locked in a vault somewhere in Virginia. Project Ancient Arrow, like so many classified operations, gathered dust in NSA archives. By May 1994, Project Ancient Arrow was all but forgotten. But the mountain had other plans. A series of rock slides shook the canyon. The mountain seemed to be peeling back layers of itself. When the dust settled, park rangers found an opening. Not a hole, a doorway. Perfectly rectangular with sharp edges and right angles. This wasn't erosion, it was carved. The cave-in revealed a corridor that disappeared deep inside the mountain. The rangers called it in. Project Ancient Arrow was immediately reactivated. The NSA was on site within hours.
Wow, and the NSA moves faster than Uber Eats.
The military cleared the area, and 5 scientists arrived to take readings and measurements. But these weren't archaeologists. They worked for the ACIO, the Advanced Contact Intelligence Organization, a subsection of the NSA. It operated beyond classified, above top secret, and without congressional oversight. Most senior NSA officials don't know it exists, and those who do, don't acknowledge it. The ACIO likes it this way. Their specialty was technology that shouldn't exist on Earth, and this corridor was exactly their kind of problem. The passage spiraled upward through solid rock, not carved, melted. The walls were polished at the atomic level, covered in glowing symbols that seemed part of the stone itself. 23 chambers branched off at regular intervals. The spiral formed a perfect double helix, DNA carved in stone. Every chamber contained artifacts, paintings using pigments nobody could identify, musical instruments that created frequencies humans couldn't hear, star charts drawn from somewhere else in the galaxy. The same symbols from the corridor were in every room. Chamber 23 was different though. No symbols, no artwork, just one artifact, a small optical disc. It looked like a CD.
What year was this?
1994.
Probably an AOL disc.
It wasn't an AOL CD.
Yeah, you sure? They were everywhere.
It wasn't a CD at all, it just kind of looked like one. And scientists still assumed the disc contained digital information. But when they tried to read it, nothing worked. Lasers failed, electron microscopes showed only a smooth surface. But under certain wavelengths of light, symbols appeared, thousands of them, layered in three-dimensional patterns, the same symbols that covered the walls. The ACIO couldn't decipher it. They sent the disc to Virginia for analysis. After almost 2 years of analyzing the ancient Arrow site, the scientists thought they'd found everything. But X-rays of Chamber 23 revealed something else. A trapdoor buried under 6 inches of debris. It covered a shaft dropping straight down 150 feet. Too narrow for a person, so they lowered cameras instead.
That reminds me. I gotta schedule a colonoscopy.
Okay, that's enough.
What? Everyone over 50 should get one.
Thank you for the PSA.
Oh, yeah, that's right, fellas. Get your PSA checked too, huh?
I've got 1 paragraph left.
Fine, go ahead. Sheesh, what a grouch.
Chamber 24 was massive, 3 times bigger than any other room. 7 groups of symbols covered the wall in the most complex pattern they'd seen, but there was no way to reach it. The project stalled again. 2 years later, another discovery would show that ancient Arrow wasn't ancient at all. The discovery had nothing to do with the past. It had to do with the future.
Why is Amazon paying me $63,000 a month? Well, I didn't make this kind of money selling yoga mats and toasters, and I damn sure wasn't talking to my friends into buying vitamins and juices. I did it with a free app that's probably already on your phone, and that app is the Kindle app.
And the crazy part is, I didn't create this system. Carla taught me this. Carla, why don't you tell them more about it?
I'm going to show you a way to potentially make money by pairing Amazon with the power of AI.
It had to do with the future. In the summer of 1996, 2 college students were hiking near Chaco Canyon, 24 years after the first ancient Arrow discovery, 2 years after rock slides had exposed new chambers. They spotted something metallic catching sunlight, not buried, not hidden, just sitting on the ground.
1996, AOL CDs were still everywhere.
It wasn't an AOL CD.
Okay.
The object was about the size of a shoebox and heavy like lead. Its surface showed a pattern of swirled gold and silver that was a 3-dimensional map of the exact area where they stood. Strange symbols covered every inch of the object. Not carved or etched, the symbols were part of the metal itself. As the students lifted the object from the sand, both collapsed at exactly the same time, like someone had flipped a switch. They weren't unconscious, they were inside a vision.
What, did they eat mushrooms off this thing?
No.
I was in the desert, that's right. So, they probably ate peyote.
No.
They lick a frog?
They didn't eat or lick anything. Just touching the box gave them a vision. But it gave them the same vision. A massive chamber system inside a mountain. 23 rooms in a spiral pattern. They could smell cool air and feel smooth stone under their feet. Strange symbols glowed on walls they'd never seen. They can hear footsteps echoing. Their own footsteps walking through chambers that existed somewhere else. When the vision ended, both students were on their knees in the sand, gasping like they'd been underwater. The experience lasted a few seconds, but to them it felt like hours. They then wrapped the artifact carefully. Neither wanted another experience.
Yeah, nothing's worse than a bad trip, am I right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Come on, yes you do.
Please, there are kids watching.
Yeah, right. Sorry, kids. By bad trip, I just mean, a weekend in Portland.
Be nice. Anyway, they brought the shoebox artifact to their archaeology professor. But when he touched it, nothing. No visions, no reaction. Whatever happened to his students didn't happen to him. He noted the unusual metal composition and the unknown symbols. He uploaded the findings to academic databases to see if anyone recognized this artifact. Unfortunately for the professor, somebody did. The internet was still new to most people in 1996, but it wasn't new to the NSA or its secret internal division, the ACIO. Since Ancient Arrow reopened in 1994, the ACIO had been monitoring public and private networks for certain keywords and images, unidentifiable symbols, unusual metal compositions, reports of induced visions. The professor's research triggered every alert. Within 4 hours, federal agents were in his office. They confiscated the artifact and made the professor sign a stack of non-disclosure forms. The agents added a few threats about national security, treason, and prison. Just to be clear, the object went directly to Dr. Jameson Neruda, ACIO's top linguist and technology specialist, the same man who'd been trying to decrypt the optical disc for 2 years. This artifact would show him what had been missing. The symbols weren't a language, they were instructions. The vision artifact sat on the table in Neruda's lab and did nothing. The 2 students had experienced vivid hallucinations, identical visions of the ancient Arrow chambers. But here in ACIO's sterile lab, the artifact was just an unusual metal object covered in symbols. Neruda understood why it didn't work. Proximity effect. The artifact needed to be near the ancient Arrow site. The location was in the swirled pattern on its surface. Only about 50 people on the planet know about this location, and he was one of them. So one puzzle solved. But Neruda was fascinated by something else. The symbols on the artifact matched symbols from the chambers. Not exactly, but close. Like different dialects of the same language. Then it hit it, and he reached for the disc. The optical disc from chamber 23 didn't look like much. About the size of a CD, but thicker. Not quite glass, not quite crystal. When ACIO's standard decryption tools failed, Neruda took over. That was almost 2 years ago. Mathematical sequences, quantum algorithms, even ZEMI, ACIO's quantum computer built with alien technology, couldn't crack this thing. ZEMI made the best supercomputers on Earth look like pocket calculators. Still, nothing. What?
Alien technology?
Yep. The ACIO had an alliance with an alien race called the Cordium. Their home planet is 15,000 light years away. Dr. Neruda was fluent in over 30 languages, plus 12 extinct ones. He was an expert in data encryption, compression, storage. He also possessed genius-level knowledge of mathematics, quantum systems, music, philosophy, biology, and cosmology. His IQ had been enhanced through genetic modification. Standard procedure for core ACIO scientists. The modifications raised intelligence by 500 points or more, all courtesy of their alien partners. Neruda repeated himself, this time out loud. Different dialects of the same language. The symbols on the artifact weren't random. They formed a sequence. When he compared them to the chamber paintings, a pattern emerged. Each painting contained one unique symbol. The artifact showed him what order to arrange the symbols. Neruda input these symbols into ZEMI as ancient Sumerian words, spoken in sequence from chamber 1 to 23. Then ZEMI roared to life. 8,000 pages of data flooded the processors. Text, diagrams, star maps, genetic sequences, all with translations in English and 60 other languages. Dr. Neruda had been with ACIO for 15 years. Not only was he aware of alien races on Earth, he spoke 5 of their languages. He could read 4 more. He thought he'd seen everything. He did not see this coming. The creators of the disc called themselves Wingmakers. And the Wingmakers weren't aliens. They weren't an ancient civilization. They were humans from Earth. And they were sending us a warning from 750 years in the future. Shh.
I'm throwing a party. This is going to be my biggest book ever. No, not like that.
According to the disc, humanity developed time travel in the 20th century, not for exploration or survival. These future humans were on a timeline where Earth gets invaded by synthetic beings called the Animus. The Animus were more than just machines. They were an android race with artificial intelligence driven by one obsession: to become soul carriers, to achieve immortality. But they lacked organic nervous systems, the very thing needed to carry a soul's higher frequency. So they needed our DNA, not just to reproduce, to evolve. And they didn't choose Earth randomly. We're a genetic library. Our DNA carries something rare in the universe, a full range of emotions, the key to the human soul. The Animus wanted our source code, the original blueprint of human genetics. And they've been here before, 300 million years ago, and again about 9,000 years ago. Both times they found humans too primitive for their needs. But they were scheduled to return in 2011, and this time they'd find us useful. The timeline was specific. First, infiltration, then appear as friends, advanced beings here to help. They'd work with the United Nations to bring stability to Earth by creating a global governing body.
One world government?
Yep. The group is called the Incunabula.
Another word for Illuminati.
Yep. And their plan is to control the world's money supply and natural resources. These would be distributed by the Incunabula, who are android-human hybrids.
And you would check Klaus Schwab for wires.
They would implement a paperless electronic currency that tracks the spending habits of everyone on Earth. This would give the Incunabula insight into individual affairs and allow them to manipulate global events. By 2018, the Incunabula would be running the world. This future could be avoided. The disc explained how. What we perceive in normal biology is actually a suppressed version of our full genetic potential. Humans have 23 pairs of chromosomes. The Wingmakers claimed we can activate 24. And here's why that mattered. The Animus can only harvest from standard human DNA, our current 23 chromosome pairs. Humans with 24 activated chromosome pairs would be useless, like incompatible software. 7 sites around the world would trigger this activation. It could be done simply through meditation. As more people meditated, dormant DNA would activate. First 2 pairs, then 4, then 12, eventually all 24. And the disc had another solution. Use time travel to stop the Animus from ever finding Earth. So humanity had 2 defenses, one biological and one technological. Dr. Neruda understood the value of both options, but ACIO's leadership was split. Half wanted to use technology, half wanted transformation. Neruda was caught in the middle, but he knew he'd have to make a choice. And the choice wasn't just about technology versus consciousness, it was about who decides humanity's future. Within ACIO operated an even more secretive unit, the Labyrinth Group. Only about 120 people knew it existed. Their leader was known only as 15. No one used real names at that level. 15 had created the Labyrinth Group with one purpose: develop blank slate technology, BST. This is time travel that could alter the past, not just observe it.
Yeah, finally they can go back and tell Fox not to cancel Firefly.
Yeah, I think they'd rather use the technology to avoid the alien invasion.
Sure. Aliens and Fox executives.
With the help of the Cordian, the Labyrinth Group had been working on time travel since 1963. The Cordian provided everything: the quantum computers, the genetic modifications that gave ACIO scientists their enhanced abilities. The Cordium also warned about the Animus threat decades before the disc confirmed it. And the Labyrinth Group had accumulated wealth outside government oversight. It had more money than most small nations, all focused on time travel. Because if you can travel back and change key events, you can prevent the Animus from ever finding Earth, change the right moment in the past, and the future threat disappears. But now the Wingmakers offered a different solution: evolution through consciousness instead of technology. Becoming something the Animus couldn't use instead of erasing them from a timeline. 2 paths. Both claimed to save humanity. 15 saw them as complementary. Use both. Develop BST while activating dormant DNA. Cover all bases. Dr. Neruda saw it differently. The more he learned about the Wingmakers' philosophy, the more he questioned changing the past. The Wingmakers weren't just sharing technology, they were teaching transformation. For 3 years, Neruda had translated the Wingmakers' information. The technical data, the philosophical writings, the warnings. With each translation, something changed inside him. The Wingmakers weren't just sharing information, they were selecting their spokesman. Him. When he reported this belief to his superiors, the response was immediate. Psychiatric evaluation, security review. 15 decided Neruda's growing belief in consciousness-based evolution could not be allowed to spread through the ACIO. The solution was simple. Give Neruda an MRP, Memory Restructure Procedure. This would erase his memories of the Ancient Arrow Project, standard protocol for personnel who became compromised. Neruda had done these procedures himself. It was routine. Colleagues returned to work with gaps in their memories, confused but compliant. Now it was his turn. The MRP was scheduled for 3 weeks later, December 15th, 1997. He marked it on his calendar.
He put his own mind wipe in his calendar?
Yep.
Tuesday dentist, Wednesday mind wipe, Thursday yoga. That guy's got ice water in his veins.
He did, but he was not going to let them take his memories. He had 3 weeks to come up with a plan.
These smart zooming blue light glasses will shock you. Nobody believed me at first, but now everybody wants a pair. My friends roasted me for buying miracle glasses online. They said I got scammed, but then I showed them what they could do. Now they're all begging me to send them the link. They're called Bluey's Optics glasses, and they're nothing like
weeks to come up with a plan. Dr. Neruda had 3 weeks before they erased his mind. He spent those weeks watching his colleagues differently. Brilliant minds trapped in a philosophy of control. Every problem required a technological solution. Every threat demanded superior firepower. The idea that humanity might transform itself through consciousness, that seemed impossible. But consciousness was the one thing the animists couldn't harvest. Synthetic beings needed genetic material, not awareness. The Wingmakers understood this. On December 13th, 1997, during a routine shift change, Dr. Jameson Neruda walked out the ACIO facility. No elaborate escape plan, no security breach. He understood their systems well enough to slip out during a brief surveillance gap. By the time they noticed he was gone, he'd already have destroyed his traceable implants and begun searching for someone willing to hear an impossible story. 2 days later, he made contact with a journalist named Sarah. He had a lot of information to share, and less than 12 hours before the next remote viewing suite would find him.
Remote viewing suite?
Oh yeah, the ACIO had a team of psychics on staff.
Yeah, of course they did.
There's so much more to this story, which is why we'll be revisiting it from time to time. Anyway, Neruda promised to tell Sarah everything about the ACIO, the Labyrinth Group, the Cordium Alliance, humanity's hidden history and potential future, but most importantly, who the Wingmakers were and what they really wanted. They weren't time travelers trying to save humanity from invasion. They were teachers. The animist threat was real, but it served a larger purpose. Crisis forces evolution. The approaching danger would push humanity to activate dormant capabilities, not through technology, through higher consciousness. Then humans would be useless to the animists. Neruda had 12 hours to convince Sarah, 12 hours to plant the seeds of transformation, 12 hours before the ACIO found him and took his mind. Dr. Jameson Neruda was having trouble. Finding someone to hear his story was harder than escaping. Academics wanted credentials. Journalists wanted proof.
Yeah, journalists demanding proof. I remember those days.
Journalist Sarah, he never learned her last name, was his fifth attempt. When they met in a diner outside Sacramento, he had 12 hours before the next remote viewing suite. He gave 5 long interviews, enough to expose the ACIO, the Labyrinth Group, the Cordium Alliance. But as Neruda began talking, he realized the conspiracy wasn't the real story. The real story was transformation. Neruda explained how the Labyrinth Group approached everything backwards. They saw consciousness as a problem to overcome with better processors. They saw time as something to control rather than understand. The Wingmakers suggested defense wasn't about building bigger weapons or rewriting history. It was about becoming unharvestable through higher consciousness. Sarah recorded everything: the technical specifications, the philosophical frameworks, the countdown to 2011. But Neruda could see her struggling with the same question everyone asked. Why should anyone believe this? He had no proof. The artifacts remained locked in ACIO vaults. The disk translations existed only in classified systems. His enhanced genetics couldn't be verified without special equipment. All he had were words. And 11 months later, those words appeared online on a Wingmaker's website. But the details had changed. The hiker's discovery date shifted. Character names morphed. And the Wingmaker's teachings were now available for the low, low price of $17.99.
No.
Assalamu alaikum. Are you thinking about buying a franchise business? Don't. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Abdul Faruqi, and just imagine waking up tomorrow and knowing your income is not limited by your time anymore. No more choosing between providing for your family or serving the Ummah. No more saying no when your local masjid needs donors or when your parents want to go for Umrah or Hajj. Imagine just being able to say yes. Alhamdulillah, after years of building our own successful 8-figure agency and serving major brands worldwide, we've created something revolutionary. Our done for you $1 million halal agency system, where we don't just teach you, we build the entire business.
Behind the Wingmaker's website called himself James. Later he'd reveal his full identity, James Mahu from the Lyricist Teaching Organization. November 1998, 11 months after Neruda's defection. The Wingmaker's website appeared online, anonymous at first. No author, nobody taking credit, just a story of Ancient Arrow, the ACIO, and humanity's potential future, free for anyone to read. The site included Neruda's interviews, renamed Dr. Anderson in this version, and there were pictures of art from the chambers, music, Wingmaker's philosophy, all available for free. Then things started changing. December 9th, 1998, Wingmakers LLC was created in Minnesota. The owner, Mark Hempel, based in Edina. A month later, subtle changes appeared on the website. The hiker's discovery date shifted from 1972 to 1996. The chamber count increased from 23 to 24. Dr. Neruda became Dr. Anderson. The changes were small, easy to miss unless you were paying attention. The transformation accelerated in 2001. March brought the first commercial product, $17.99. By the end of the year, what started as a free revelation had become a whole product line. Music CDs priced at $108.
$100 for CD?
Yep.
I'm telling you, merch is way too cheap.
No, it isn't. The website sold art reproductions, philosophy collections, complete packages with bundled discounts. James finally revealed himself through email interviews. He claimed the identity of Mahunahi, a translator for the Lyricist Teaching Organization. Not from outer space, but not quite human either. He described using sensory bilocation, a technique for gathering information across dimensions. He positioned himself as a translator, not a creator. The Wingmaker's material were real. He didn't write them, he just made them accessible. But the changes kept coming. The Gordium's home planet moved from 15,000 light years away to 15 million. Scientific details were updated to match current theories. New websites popped up: eventtemples.org, lyricist.org, sovereigntintegral.org. Each site added details to the story, and each offered more products. The original story, Dr. Neruda's, was buried under spiritual teachings and expensive merchandise. Years later, James would describe the Wingmaker's materials with a specific word. Not history, not revelation. He called it mythology. Mark Hempel remained silent. He managed the business side, while James handled mythology. Together, they transformed a conspiracy story into something else. Something less specific, something less verifiable, but something much more profitable. We've got desert canyons with secret labs, time-traveling humans warning about synthetic invaders, alien alliances, DNA activation, humanity's salvation through consciousness. The Wingmaker story has it all, and we just scratched the surface. But is any of this true? Well, the New Mexico Cultural Resources Information System contains no record of any ancient arrow site. Over 800 archaeological projects have been documented near Chaco Canyon since 1952. Not one project mentions mysterious chambers. No museum anywhere has a single Wingmaker artifact. No peer-reviewed paper discussed the discovery. The NSA has never acknowledged an advanced contact intelligence organization. ACIO appears on no government documentation, classified or declassified.
Yeah, but if ACIO is real, they cover their tracks.
That's true, but so are the story contradictions. The Wayback Machine shows all the changes to the dates, names, locations. These aren't clarifications, they're rewrites. Then there's the money. Wingmakers LLC, registered December 1998. Free content transformed into premium products. The Wingmakers revelation had become a business model. But despite all the problems with the story and all the products for sale, the Wingmakers built a devoted following. 25 years later, there are still thousands of followers. They know the story is debunked. They don't care. Still, they report personal transformations, expanded awareness, life changes. Now, is this just a placebo effect or something more? I don't think it matters. If people are getting value for their money, I don't have a problem with it. That's why when I read that James Mahu was a fraud running a scam, I pushed back. Because a scam really all depends on your point of view. James himself called the materials mythology, not history, not journalism. Mythology. That's an important word, and probably why James chose it. Since before we had written language, we evolved through stories. Our culture from the very beginning was built on mythology. Cave paintings taught the next generation how to hunt. Tribal elders told legends that explained seasons. The stories told in religions shaped entire civilizations. Stories have always pushed humanity forward. Jules Verne wrote about submarines. We built them. Arthur C. Clarke imagined satellites. We launched them. Star Trek showed communicators and video calls, and we use those every day. The Wingmakers might be fiction, but it pointed people toward legitimate research. Epigenetics, consciousness studies, the connection between mind and matter. Thousands took up meditation, studied quantum physics. Why did they do this? Because the Wingmaker's story is powerful, and powerful stories always have a hint of truth. The chambers never existed. The artifacts were imaginary. The time travel was fantasy. But the Wingmaker's story contains one undeniable truth. We're capable of more than we know. I believe that's true. I think you do too. That's why you're here watching this show. You have questions. You have questions about what's hiding in our government, our society, on our planet, in our reality. And now that we've started asking these questions, we'll never stop. So maybe the Wingmakers never existed, but what they started, it's everywhere.
Why you should never wrap your credit card in tin foil. I've worked at a big corporation bank for 12 years. Yesterday I watched another
State had appointed for him. Duncan, his biological brother, had been hidden from him ever since he buried his past. He claims that as his memories returned, he learned he had participated in the infamous Philadelphia experiment. According to him, the project began in 1931, and he and his brother joined up to work on it during World War II. He claims that he and his brother witnessed the 1943 experiments firsthand. According to Al, a team of experts was attempting to conceal American vessels from Nazi U-boats. 3 of them...
How do you convince somebody or tell them this isn't true to them? Because I know as soon as you tell people that, listen, I'm really this person from back then, this is who I was, I participated in this war, different things like that. And how do you tell people that? How do you deal with that? Because in your heart of hearts, it's true. And can't nobody tell you otherwise. Like, I would want to sit down with a person and just listen. And just listen. Try to connect the dots, you know what I mean? But that's got to be different.
And were named John, Hutchinson, von Neumann, and Tesla. After having some success in 1940 with hiding smaller vessels, they set their sights on the USS Eldridge 3 years later. Al claims that on July 22nd, a major issue arose. He claims the ship vanished, but that after only 15 minutes, the passengers were delirious and feeling sick. The Navy ordered that testing begin in just a month, despite John von Neumann's pleas for more time. Al and his sibling had returned to the ship. When the ship
Some of you African Americans should be ashamed of yourself, and I'm here to tell you why.
It's officially the month of August, and this is supposed to be the month that Black Americans boycott African businesses across the country. I haven't seen very much of that, but that doesn't mean the back and forth online between Black Americans and Africans is slowing down anytime soon.
Y'all want to claim that America belongs to y'all, but yet, ever since I went to the States, the money, I never seen a picture of a black man on it. But when you travel to Africa or even Jamaica or any black populated country, all the money have a black man on it. So how is America really a country again?
Now the young lady is saying something pretty interesting. You Black Americans say that this is your country. Well, if it's really your country, then why don't you have yourself on the money? You see, in African countries, we have ourselves on the money. So if this is your place, you should be on it. This is very true. If you look at certain African currencies like the Ghanaian cedi or the old Kenyan shilling or the Nelson Mandela on the South African rand, she's actually correct. Blacks typically put themselves on the currency. This is true almost anywhere you go in the world. They have themselves visibly as a part of the currency. The question I asked to her is this: if you were in a country that had you on the currency, I'm talking about your own country members, why did you have to leave your country to come to where the white folks were on the dollar? I mean, it makes her argument even worse, because if it's not blacks' country and they're not on the dollar, where you were in a country where you were on the dollar, the naira, and all of those other, so you have everything, and still you had to leave. Okay? But she comes back with more.
You guys are jealous. And let me give you one reason why I think you guys are jealous of us. Y'all was saying that the Chinese has a market, Africans have a market, Indians have their own market. But when it comes to the African Americans, y'all do not have a market. Yeah.
We're the biggest market in the
Boy,
world.
y'all sit your stupid ass down. Who you think you is?
She says, you Black Americans are jealous of us. I mean, there she is in a struggled down bad apartment when her Jamaican boyfriend saying that.
The Honda CR-V is one of the most popular SUVs in America, and also a car driver.
I mean, there she is in a struggled down bad apartment when her Jamaican boyfriend saying that blacks are jealous. Are we jealous of this struggle dance you're doing in the background? I don't really think so. And that's why you got to be careful when you talk. Again, you're coming over to somebody else's country talking about the business that you have. But the problem is, you don't have any businesses where you came from. You're already on the money, and you already have the country. You're in your country with your own money, and you come to somebody else's country saying that they're jealous?
Boy, y'all sit your stupid ass down. Who the f you think you is?
I mean, it doesn't make sense, at least what she's saying. But okay, great, all right? I get it. We gotta have some reason to talk about something, right? And the issues that some African...
Hi, baby, what's going on with you? What you up to?